Good morning and welcome. Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. All right, let's see here. First in the chat, we have 47 Yorktown who says hot coffee and cold pizza for breakfast. I feel like a king. Well, I would too. Sounds like a breakfast of something. Maybe not the breakfast of champions, but hey. By the way, what kind of pizza is it? Just out of curiosity. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night, wherever you are and whenever you may be listening. Oh, I do hope it's a good one. So, anyhow, the featured channel of the day is Dr. Alex. You can find his link in the description below. Oh, excuse me. And you'll hear him doing his version of the doctor readings on his channel. Quite entertaining. Definitely more entertaining than what the BBC could come up with. And anyhow, what's going on this morning? I hope, like I said, I hope everyone's having a good one. It is Saturday morning here, which means later on, Resolute Germ should have his Saturday morning cartoons. Let's see here. Oh. You know what? I was kind of rearranging some stuff yesterday. Of course, I ended up making a bigger mess than I started with, but it's more organized, I guess. But I'll have to finish because it takes me a little longer with this abdominal wound than what I'd prefer. But this way, it's a little more organized than what it has been. It's just it takes time, and I'm not exactly the most patient person at all times. And let's see here. 47 Yorktown says, quote, Canadian pizza, unquote, tomato sauce, mozzarella cheese, bacon, pepperoni, and mushrooms. Ooh. And good morning, Zach Leary. How are you today? Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't really, discover anything when I was cleaning up, except there were a couple of things that I needed to get rid of. Kind of annoying. Things that gotten misplaced. No big deal. But I did find an empty whatever bin that I'd been looking for. That is just a little container that I wanted to put some little things in that are easily misplaced. So that way it's just quick and handy to just put it in there and be done with it. And then when I need it, look for it there, which only makes sense to me. Uh, let's see. Uh, it's funny. I was talking to somebody yesterday who, well, now I'm self-conscious about it because of, well, let's just put it this way: they were complimentary, and I'm not exactly the best at accepting compliments. So that that's where that went. And let's see here. All right. Let's see here. I have 5 messages. Okay, why in the world am I getting out? Okay. Okay, that one I need to write back. That one I need to write back. The rest of them are just kind of, they are what they are. I'll get back to them when I can. If I remember. Most of them are just, the group things I need to open and see who's sent to the group and blah, blah, blah. And then it'll disappear, which is good because I don't know. Let's see here. I can close that window. And let's see. Guess that one copy. And go back over to Twitter. Paste. Really? Okay, there we go. And then we got the StreamYard link. Copy. And come on. And there we go. That's taken care of. Let's get back to the chat, see what's going on. And Robert Earls Jr. says, good morning, Captain Trek. With Downer just found out that on YouTube that Peter Scolari passed at age 66. He co-starred with Tom Hanks in the sitcom Bosom Buddies. Wow. I had not thought about Bosom Buddies in a long time. Let's see here now. Let's do a quick search. Yep, 1955 to 2021. And okay. This is according to CNN Entertainment. Peter Scolari, Bosom Buddies, and Newhart star has died at age 66. Scolari had cancer and had been ill for 2 years. His manager, Ellen Lubin Sataski, told CNN. Scolari appeared in numerous films and television series over the years, including Newhart, Murphy Brown, and The Good Fight. He won an Emmy in 2016 for his portrayal of Hannah's father on Tad Horvis on Girls. Okay. Bosom Buddies was on the air for 2 seasons at ABC. On the show, Scolari had and Hanks dressed as women in order to move into an affordable women's only residence. The two actors remained good friends in real life. Okay. He also appeared in the TV adaptation of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Let's see here. On stage, Scolari starred in Broadway production of Hairspray, Sly Fox, Wicked, Magic Bird, and Lucky Guy alongside Hanks. He is survived by his wife, Tracy Shane, and his kids, Nicholas, Joseph, Keaton, and Callie. His colleagues and friends paid tribute to Scolari on Friday. What am I saying? And let's see here. That's about it. So apparently he died of cancer after fighting it for 2 years. It is a sad loss. And Kapla Berto Prey 5. Hopefully you're doing better today than you were yesterday. So anyhow, with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and put the link out just in case anyone wants to come on. And then I'm going to have to go into the chat and pin the link just in case. All right. Let's see here. And of course, I do have my coffee because God knows I need it. Oh. And Bird's playing some game.
Hello, world. Birdo Prey 5, Kapla.
Kapla. And where are you crashing today? I mean, flying today.
Same place we crash every day. Call of Duty. And I got killed by a motorcycle.
Good job. Good job. No, it's not just what they say about famous people. It just seems all bad things seem to happen in threes, apparently. If you're superstitious. Yes, Bert.
Uh, that just means there's always more bad things to happen.
Yep. Eventually, who knows? Maybe once in a while, the I don't know. Maybe the news could put out some good news.
Maybe bad things happen in threes, but good things happen in fours.
Oh no, I don't want to do that. Fuck. Pick a time. Yeah. Just woke up, middle of the live stream, and the computer ask me if I want to update Windows.
Yeah, let's update right now. Like you can't
sure.
tell it. I've got megabytes of data flowing through per second.
It's like, yeah,
so
this would just go ahead.
Sorry. I started a new heart medication and it seems too effective. My blood pressure went not very low, but a lot lower than 92/60. And it was too low to take my normal medication last night. I ended up actually calling the doctor. He said, okay, only take the one medication instead of both. This morning, it's still lower than it usually is. So I'm not sure what the plan is going to be today. Will it just be take only the new medication and forget the old, or what she'll want me to do? But let's just say, although I probably could get used to the new medication, I felt better on the old. But the new, is probably working better. I don't know. The problem is I need something that can bring down both my heart rate and the blood pressure.
Right.
The one I was on is really good at bringing down the heart rate, but marginally good at bringing down the blood pressure. When she adds the things that are good for bringing down the blood pressure comes down too much.
And how is the new one with bringing down the heart rate?
So far, not as good as the other one, although maybe it just needs to build up in my system.
And good morning, Alexander, who says, Kapla Burberry 5, bed life was epic yesterday.
Thank you. And I actually made last night's bed life public because it was certainly one of the better ones. So I said, let's keep that one public. Not that they aren't all accessible to the public. I mean, they're always on the bed life playlist, but I kept it public, which means people might see it in the YouTube algorithm.
Right.
And even though it was a 2 hour, 11-minute stream, I think the chances somebody sees it and likes it is better. Once in a while, I think putting up a particularly good live stream is probably worthwhile.
Right.
So just saying, you guys might see it even if you don't normally catch bed life, you might see it in the recommendations, which you would normally not see a bed life.
And if you haven't already, go ahead, check that out, and send it out on social media. That way more people get to see it.
Oh, that would be nice. Thank you, Captain. Yeah, I forget we have this so-called social media.
The anti-social media, how about that one? And yes, I'm aware you're backstage, NB. Just getting to you now.
Oh, no worries about that. I just, no, I know sometimes you don't always hear the beep that lets you know.
Yeah.
How you guys doing this morning, Bird?
Not
Yeah.
bad. How are you doing?
Oh, let me put it this way. Yeah, I was supposed to get my washer repaired on Monday. I get a call telling me the guy's sick. So he'll be there Friday between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. 5 p.m. rolls around, still no fucking maintenance guy. I call up. He'll be here between 6:15 or between 5:15 and 6:45. I'm like, guy calls me at 6:45 saying he's going to be around 7:38. I said, your services are no longer required. And he was just like, oh, well, thanks. And I'm like, yeah, if that's your attitude, I really don't want you working on my stuff, let alone in my house. So first thing I did this morning, went on Lowe's website, bought myself a new washer. Just said, fuck it.
Yes,
Well,
and
I didn't like the guy.
for those of us who speak English, he's talking about a washer or a washing machine.
So when well, here's the thing. The guy actually, and I didn't know this, well, he also called and talked to my wife because she got on the phone with him. And he was like, oh, well, it might be something that costs more to repair than to replace. I'm like, exactly how the hell can you diagnose that shit without actually, I don't know, coming in and looking at the fucking thing? Now I was, I know I'm no mechanic, but I was a technician for 16 or for 20 goddamn years. And I know you can't diagnose things over the phone just based on a few words.
Well,
So
within a few years, you'll be able to. All you have to do is give them a little information, and they'll be able to log in, figure out all your stuff, and yep, they'll know exactly what's wrong. That's if
yeah,
the appliance doesn't let them know.
Yeah, it's just aggravating.
Yep. That it is.
Just, oh shit, Tila fell down last night. What the hell, Tila? Tila fell off my wall last night. Poor girl. Here, let's get you back up there. But yeah, that was that was it. I was like, I don't want somebody in my house at 7 o'clock in the evening.
Not knowing how long they're going to be there. No.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, Cap, I gotta tell you, Dune, honestly, was freaking amazing.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I may have to watch The original was just a lot of sand to me, so I don't know.
No, there was not. Okay, so remember how the first one had an absolute lot of dialogue that went through it? Now, I am going to admit it is a little, it's 2.5 hours, so there is some character development, but it's not, you know, a lot of talking kind of stuff. It actually really had a good flow, good pace. They didn't explain everybody where they lived. They just did, you know, kind of, hey, this is Cardan, this is the home of House Atreides, and they just put it in words. They did the same thing
Good.
with House Harkin. They did the same thing with House Harkin and the Imperium, and there was dialogue a little bit about Arrakis, obviously, but it was shorter than usual. The scene with Paul Atreides and the Bene Gesserit when he puts his hand in the box was actually very well done. I've never seen the guy who played Paul Atreides before, and I'm going to tell you right now, he's no soy boy. I know he looks skinny and everything like that, but he is no soy boy. This guy actually took that role seriously. The guy who played Oscar Isaac did a great job playing Leto Atreides. Oh God, who played the guy who played Gurney Alec? I keep forgetting his name, but he did a good job as Gurney Alec. And I'm going to say this: Jason Momoa playing my favorite character, Duncan Idaho. Oh my God, he did it great. I really loved it.
Good.
It has been a long time since Cap. It has been a long time since I have seen a big budget sci-fi movie that actually I would say probably the last time I saw anything close to this level of good on a big budget was probably Lord of the Rings.
And it's probably going to be one of the last big budget ones you see for a while. Hopefully.
Next movie I plan on seeing is Ghostbusters, and I'll probably go see Spider-Man and eventually Top Gun. Because I do want to see Top Gun.
I don't know if I want to see that one. I don't want to know. I don't know if I want to see that one at all.
Yeah,
and as
Cap,
far as some of the other one, I don't know. 2016
if you
kind of made me a little Afterlife. Okay, yeah, I'll see it. But anything else, I'm just kind of like, okay, go for it.
I think you might. It had, oh God, the visuals were beautiful. I was like, oh my God, this movie is gorgeous with its visuals. And the score, the music that they were playing through it was just spot on. I mean, I almost called it John Williams good. And you know me, I don't give high praise to movies very often, but especially new movies. But I have to say, this was really an amazing. I'm probably going to watch it again today.
And people are hating on the movie just because everybody seems to like it. That usually tends to be the case, particularly the well, if the critics like it.
Yeah, we know that routine.
Ghostbusters, I definitely want to see. Spider-Man, I could watch that on TV. Sorry.
Well, Ghostbusters, I will definitely go see. The Spider-Man, I will most likely see with my son and family. That'll be more of a family event. But I think we're also going to do Ghostbusters as a family. Actually, man, I would love to see that at the drive-in if I could. But I don't know how they get their movies and stuff.
Let's see. The trailer when I watched it for Dune kind of reminded me of the Five Gum commercial. Five Gum. Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember that. What is the Five Gum commercial?
Oh, the gum was five. It's five
Oh,
pieces. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, mostly because Doctor Strange was in it. Yeah. And good morning, PCAT, who says, good morning, all. Guessing critics don't like it because it doesn't have a political message.
no, it
Yeah.
stays. Well, it is obviously political, but it's political to the era that it is set in. It doesn't bring in any of that other stupid SJW shit. It really stayed true to the book. I really felt it was very well done. I mean, it's been a long time since, I mean, I'll say a movie's good or something, but it's been a long time. I use two words that I don't use when I did my review of the movie. I use the word I use the word gorgeous, and I was not just engaged, I was enthralled.
Cool.
And I don't use those words very often. Actually, in fact, I've never used those words in a review before. The special effects were very well done. And for a science fiction movie, it's not all about. They were smart. It wasn't all about the effects, but the scenery on the different planets you saw, just to tell you the difference between Dune and Chardon and where House Harkin was. They did a really good job with that. The flowing of spice and things like, and they had some classic lines in there, like when Oscar Isaac, I was waiting for it, when he was like, "Damn the spice!"
And welcome, Rod Thunderheart, and welcome,
hey guys,
Mr. Lundell.
Hey.
Well, guys, nice to meet you. I just wanted to say, like, it's like somebody else pointed out, like, it's really cool to catch up with everybody else on other streams, and it's like, hey, on Doomcock the other night, yeah.
Carlo,
Yeah.
why are you speaking binary?
Binary?
No, Carlo just put binary in a comment here. That's why I'm asking him. He's got 0100, and I'm like, why are you speaking binary?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I see it now. Yeah, on the screen there. Yeah.
It's Hell Kroga. I don't even need to Google it. I know exactly what it is.
I had an office. We had a few officers at one time in the Air Force. They had a coin made that had their title of their office in binary on the coin. It was really cool.
And I didn't even notice that Carlo had put in Hell Kroga. So I knew immediately when I saw that because of yesterday on Birdstream. Because I went in and re-edited it to say Hail on Kroga.
No. Okay. Yeah. Hell, everybody else though. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I even had a couple of super chats on Doomcock, but like, I passed out because I had too many beers, so and I just woke up. So,
hey, Mr. Lundell, how you doing, my man?
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, Mr. Lundell, I don't have a Batleth yet, but I did get the Sword of Power.
Oh, yeah, you showed me that the other day.
I know.
So, what's been going on over on your channel on Odyssey?
It's growing, um, it's like I got like 60 members now, something like that.
Cool.
Yeah,
I
nice
just
work.
saw. I was checking my comments here. I saw the ambassador said this is the adaptation. He was talking about my Dune review. He said this is the adaptation we've been waiting for. I hands down agree. Yeah, I don't recommend a lot of things to people that are new, but yeah, guys, that this movie is really faithful.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
Kynes is not a woman. First
I didn't
off,
care about. I just didn't care about that.
yes, it makes a difference because everything in that universe is patriarchal.
Except for the
Johnny,
Benny Gesserits.
well, they are outliers, and well, even with that, they are what they're doing is they're making moves to get into the patriarchy by
Yes.
creating the Kwisatz Haderach. But even they are outside of what the ruling caste is, even though the tremendous power that they wield in the Imperium. They're not called witches for nothing. Okay. So
that one part with the gender swap there just it really
it
didn't bother me.
it made it made no sense because that's to me that's somebody that they're not familiar with that universe, because I mean you didn't have to do that.
I don't know, still felt like the same character.
No, it was not the same character.
No, but I mean it
look
felt
at
like the same character. That's all I'm saying.
it didn't feel like the same character because okay, when she was confronted by uh after they lost at Harvester, confronted by the Duke. Okay, I can't do. I'm in now. Okay, that was from a position of being weak in the first place. You read the book and you know Liet Kynes' character. Okay, he took that position as judge of the change seriously. He would have said something about what happened with that carryall to somebody to get it moving up the line. Why do you think the Harkonnens killed him? They had to cover that mess up to keep the Emperor clean. That meant killing the Emperor's man. It wasn't the Sardaukar who killed him. It was the Harkonnens that stripped him and dumped him out in the desert to die. So they could go before a truth sayer and say, I don't know what happened, and they would be telling the truth.
Oh, you mean about
See
Duncan Idaho?
see how they screw everything up?
Nah,
But look,
this is where we're gonna have to.
It was I know what it was. It was all this is about so we can show everybody we're down with Orange Man bad. And it's a character that it shouldn't cause such a stir, which it didn't. See, because they couldn't gender swap Duke Leto or Paul, which is probably what they really want to see. These clowns, okay. But you do it with the Fremen, and nobody thinks about it. But remember now, Liet was the leader of the Fremen. Okay. He and Stilgar were friends growing up together. Liet's wife was Stilgar's sister. There are all kind of ties in there that they kind of just avoid it because the Fremen are just as, tracing bloodlines and lineage as the royal houses and the emperor are.
Yeah, the Freemen are very, kind of well, if you think about it, in the series Dune, we lost Mr. Lundell. Well, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lundell, but that's okay. We're all allowed to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Still trying to grasp it, but yeah.
Mr. Lundell's probably more knowledgeable. Look, I've read the book, but it has been a long time since I've sat down and read it. And then I did see the original movie, the 84 movie, I believe it was, and the one on the Sci-Fi Channel that was a 2-part miniseries. I would say based on those two movies to this one, this was the best adaptation we ever got. Probably ever going to get.
Oh, man, sorry about that. Shit went wonky over here for a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Lundell, obviously I respect your opinion completely. I just I have to disagree with it, but thankfully we're geeks and we're allowed to do that. But I
Oh, no.
understand where you're coming from. I respect where you're coming from on your issues with the movie.
It's not really an issue, I wouldn't say. I'm just saying they didn't have to do it. To me, that's okay. We're down with Orange Man bad, and we throw this in here. That way we don't really mess up the movie, which it didn't. It didn't really mess up the movie, but it gave them woke points when they didn't have to even. You read the damn book, you just make it just like it is in the book, and you already got your woke points. Okay. But I guess that's that outward sign that Orange Man bad and we're down with it, kind of thing. That's personal opinion.
What did you think about the other characters, like the Oscar Isaac playing Leto Atreides, and the guy playing Paul, and Gurney Alec and Duncan Idaho? Because I really like Jason Momoa playing Duncan Idaho the way he did.
Okay, it comes one thing that has always perplexed me as to why they gave in the books they gave Duncan Idaho such prominence with Paul when they only interact in the actual story a couple times to be such a powerful, influential character. Now, Gurney, on the other hand, when you meet Gurney in the book, especially that scene where he comes into the training room, handful of swords and shit, and dumps it on the table, and they start, the two of them start talking trash back and forth. That is a friendship. To me, that was the guy that really taught Paul some life shit. Not Duncan.
Not Duncan?
Yeah. See, because he was Gurney was an older guy, he'd seen a lot. And okay, now I'm gonna teach you how to fight. We're gonna fight today. I don't give a shit that you ain't in the mood, boy. You don't get in the mood. You pick up a goddamn sword. That was that type of, probably the way your father or an uncle or an older cousin talk to you about shit, to give you into reality.
And I think that's how I would. I agree with you there. I think that where Duncan Idaho was more a friendship, I would say with Paul.
No, that's more like a big brother.
Yeah, but I would say I would agree. Okay, yeah, like a big brother. But I would agree with you on what you said there with Gurney Alec. He was kind of more the uncle, that tough uncle we've had in our life.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I don't care if you're in. He's like, I'm just not in the mood. What does that got to do with anything?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
even
he did it. Yeah, that was a great scene in the training room.
and they with the fighting scenes, because this is not like Star Wars. It's not an action movie.
Mm-hmm.
This is heady. This is like the thinking man's. Well, I'm not gonna call it science fiction. To me, it's more fantasy than sci-fi. But this is, a thinking man's type story from the beginning. But
They're
what they
playing
did
a
with,
type of chess.
yeah, what they did with the fighting scenes, okay, that was spot on. Especially
Well,
when
even
when they when they attacked, and you had this big row of Harkonnens coming up the stairs, and the Atreides stopped them cold, and then just this little thin line of Sardaukar come up, wham, 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 just took them all out. So just so the Harkonnens could continue their advance.
well, remember how the Bene Gesserit are also doing power. They're like, we don't care about Leto, but you can't kill Paul Atreides or his mom. And he's like, they go, nah, we won't kill him, but the desert's a, dangerous place.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody in this is, when you think about it, the tribalism of it, they're all playing. Even Duke Leto knows that
yeah,
getting that the Harkins being taken out and them being put in there is going to be. He knew there was going to be a war. He knew there was going to be a fight, and he knew that it was going to
yeah,
weaken both houses, which is what the Emperor wanted.
yeah. But um, it was the way they did that in that. I keep going back to the actual literary work, because he would the oh, I lost the train of thought. Continue. uh,
Did you overall enjoy the movie, though?
yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, the voice. What caught me really, the voice, the way they used it.
Oh,
Okay, when they were
oh
sitting
yes,
at
that was
they especially, I mean, the first thing, sitting at the breakfast table, she's telling him, use the voice, and just give me the water, and then she just moved it, and then she didn't realize she moved it until she had moved him that glass of water, because she was
I
training him, and it's kind of shocking the way they do that, it was, and then
well,
you
I
see
can
it again
remember.
with the in the ornithopter, cut my head, kill him, just
Yeah,
it's a trip the way they do that, which
yes, they did a
probably
great job with the
that's how
voice.
you would do it if you think
Now,
about it.
now you probably remember the book better than I do. Was the sign language they did in the book as well?
Uh, in later books, I think.
Because I thought that was actually a real nice piece in there. They would be doing the hand gesture, and
Yeah,
obviously this was a sign language only known to House Atreides.
true. Yeah, each house, they had their own sign language, battle language. They had different ways of communicating, so that only you knew, if you were only house members could understand. So I could be talking to you and do something, and everybody else in the room knows, get ready, he's about to lie, or what, just like she did when she was talking with Shut Out Mapes, you know quick flick, quick flick of some fingers, and out came the sword.
Exactly.
And
It
good
really
morning,
was
Zach
nice.
Leary.
Captain Trek, good to see you. How's everything going?
Going well, thank you. What about you?
Good. Good. Yeah, same here. So let me get this right. So Grandpa Geek likes Dune and Mr. Lundell does not. Right?
Wrong.
Oh,
I
okay,
just
you did like
that one. The only thing I didn't like was that gender swap. It's stupid. It was a waste of time.
well, which character?
Liet Kynes.
Who was that? So I've seen the movie. I don't know who you're talking about.
The black woman. Okay.
The representative of the Freeman.
Yeah. No, she was the Emperor's judge of the
Emperor.
change.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
You're not talking about the Zendaya character, are you?
No. What was her
Which
name?
character?
Sharon Duncan.
Gizmo.
Okay. The scene when they were inspecting the spice hall. The woman
you
that
mean
was
the
in the
doctor.
ornithopter with
The
him.
doctor character.
Yeah, that's in the book. That's a man.
Oh, is it? Okay. So
Yeah.
the doctor who was there to sort of from the Emperor to sort of help them figure it out, right?
No, that character's job was to ensure that the transition of power is smooth. In other words, all the Harkonnens are just supposed to leave, and the Atreides are supposed to come in and just start doing the jobs. There's not supposed to be any funny shit, any chicanery or nothing. Just Harkonnen pack up and leave. Atreides come in, unpack, and set up shop.
We're talking about the same person. We're talking about the same. That's pretty much what I was saying. So they did what with her? So it was a dude in the book.
Yeah, it's because what they did was they destroyed the Fremen societal hierarchy. Fremen are male. It's a male-dominated society, just like the Imperium is.
And Trek, did you see the movie, man? What did you think?
No, I have not seen it yet. I will probably see it later today.
What the hell are you waiting on?
I liked it, guys. I really liked it.
There's this thing called prior commitments and sleep.
Yeah, I know.
Amen to that. Yeah, Zach, I thought it was a great movie. I was actually
And good to see you, by the way, man. How you doing? How's everything going?
It's going fine. I'm only going to be on here for another few minutes, and I got to run up to. I might come back, but I got to run up to Walmart and do my bulk run. I got to get dog food, cat food, and all that good stuff. But I'm just waiting on the sun to finally come up, which it's almost 8 o'clock, and it's just now finally peeking over. I don't like driving at night. I have poor depth perception, and night driving does not help that. What about you, Zach?
Anyway,
What did you? So you overall enjoyed the movie?
I absolutely loved it. You know, I saw the other two versions years ago, and I tried watching them again recently to prepare myself for the new one, and I just couldn't even honestly couldn't even watch them. I mean,
so the 84 and the sci-fi miniseries, right?
Yeah, they both are they look so old, especially the David Lynch version. I just couldn't get into either one of them. But I was worried that this movie would confuse me because when you hear people talk about it, I don't know if you guys would agree, it sounds confusing. People talk about all these different elements and stuff going on, but the Denis Villeneuve version makes sense to me. Which is, it makes sense. It's easy to follow. When they started with the Zendaya character out in the desert and all the visions and stuff, I was thinking to myself, "Oh no, they're doing it again," and they pulled it off.
See, that's those visions. That's you kind of
that's part of the story.
Yeah, that's part of it. You know, Paul dreaming about.
No. I know. But I'm thinking, oh no, they're going to be going back and forth and this and that. But they explained everything really well.
Yeah,
from the very beginning. What I'm saying is what I thought was, oh no, they're doing it again. But
that little introduction actually is good for the normie because that's the situation in a nutshell that the characters are walking into.
Well, it wasn't
I like it
overly
when
complicated.
Well, I like what they did when they were like, okay, this is, the home world of House Atreides. This is the home world of House Harkin, but they didn't have to have the narration for it. They just, put a little thing up that said, hey, this is the planet. This is who lives there. There you go. That was all you needed.
Uh-huh.
And I'll say this too. I don't know if you guys agree with this. I thought the main character, what's his name? Something Atreides. The
Paul Atreides.
What's his name?
Paul Atreides.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, I thought at the beginning he was kind of an uninteresting main character, but they kind of turned him around halfway through it.
Uninteresting how?
He was just boring for like the first half of the film, I felt. Yeah, but they turned him around, I felt.
Huh. I've never felt that way about that character through all the different versions of this, from the books or the
Well, I'm not a book
Lynch
fan,
movie
so.
or the miniseries. Paul he'd always been the most interesting character.
Well,
yeah, but I'm not a book guy.
He's not when you see him, he's a very skinny guy, which is compatible with what his character is, but that doesn't mean he's not a fighter. You see him doing his moves and stuff, and when he goes up against Gurney Halleck, obviously Gurney Halleck is a more superior fighter, but you see he can hold his own, and he knows how to fight, and him. One of the things you may not know, Zach, is that the reason for the whole Bene Gesserit thing, the test they did, is because the Bene Gesserit are supposed to be all female. There's not supposed to be a male, except for that. What was that, Mr. Lundell? The one exception to that.
Well, no, they are.
If he's the one,
Well, no, see, they are the Bene Gesserit are breeding for one male to be a Bene Gesserit. That's part of their machination to end up being in power. A one male that can do what they can do, and they are actually controlling him. See, and
yes, that is
they suspect. See, Jessica was supposed to have only daughters.
Yep.
And she had a son. She was in love with the Duke, and the Duke wanted a son. So she gave him a son. And that screwed up their calculations as to when this Kwisatz Haderach would come. So they know what's about to happen between the Harkonnens and the Atreides. And it's about trying to salvage something out of that, because both of those Harkonnen and Atreides bloodlines are key to what they're trying to do. You lose Paul, you've lost, that entire bloodline. And that test was, maybe this is the guy.
What I love is how they did the test too. I thought that his emotional expressions during it, with very little of us seeing anything else, was actually very well done.
Yeah.
Guys, did they do something similar to that test in the Chronicles of Riddick? I'm not making a copy comparison, but you guys remember they did kind of something similar with that.
Riddick?
I don't remember. I haven't seen Chronicles of Riddick in a long time.
Same here.
Gotcha. They did something similar though. I think they tested Riddick in kind of a similar way, but
no. They tested him, but they put him in that room with those dead people.
Yeah, those creepy. Yeah, I hear you.
That's how they tested him.
But,
I don't remember.
Baron Harkonnen,
though. I don't remember.
Baron Harkonnen was just a badass character. I mean, the actor they chose for him was perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Stellan Skarsgård, one of the best guys we got right now. He's one of the best ever. Baron Harkonnen was intimidating, man. And that's something we didn't get from the past iterations of it on screen. Is he was kind of a goofball. If you remember the one where they sent him into the mouth of one of the worms, right? Whichever one that was, he was like a goofy character. And this one, I actually thought he was like one of the better villains I've seen in a long time.
But here's the thing about that. They don't, people are saying they don't want that Baron Harkonnen to be this over the top villain. He's an over the top villain in the book.
He's a gangster in this, though. I would say he's more like a
mob
boss.
He's more like Don Corleone here.
Oh yes, I think that's what I like about it. He's got more of that Don Corleone feel.
Yeah,
me too. I like it in this a lot better, man. And he's so fucking creepy in this. Just him floating makes him creepy.
Actually, I will say that I would agree with you, Zach. The floating of his character, actually in the other iterations I'd seen, never really seemed to be menacing. This he was doing it to show his power. And
but that's kind of wrong. Yeah, he had in the book he floats around, but not like just 50 feet off the ground. He's supposed to be so fat that he can't. His legs can't support his weight, and those suspensors just lighten the load so he can walk normally. He's not just floating around like that.
Yeah, but I think you're referring to the scene. There's a scene where he's speaking with the Dave Bautista character, and he sort of rises up. Is that the scene you're talking about? That's the only one I can really see him floating unnecessarily. I mean, when we see him arriving on Arrakis with his troops, and there's just that shot of his troops entering into the hallway, you see him floating. They don't even focus on him, but just him arriving is creepy. Just his whole character to me is creepy.
It is kind of menacing. It does have the atmosphere they built for him I thought they used his floating since they decided to make it more of an intimidation, a menacing thing. You actually they wrote it well enough to where you actually are like, oh, this is a little scary.
Well, the geek, what about the scene where he floats up to the Asian guy who tried to assassinate the Duke, right?
Yeah.
And he just hovers up to that dude. Great scene, great framing. Even his foot hits the table. It's done very realistically.
The only thing I wanted to do throughout it, as soon as I saw the doctor, I'm like, can I just kill him now? Mainly because I knew what the doctor was going to. I mean, the doctor's the traitor. I'm sorry, that's not a spoiler. That's just part of the movie.
Look, as long as these books and movies and miniseries has been out, there are no spoilers. It's all about how well do they do it.
Yeah.
So far, Villeneuve has done it the best way.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree. So you didn't like Harkonnen then, the Baron Harkonnen?
Holy shit! I didn't even realize that was like Skarsgård as Baron Vladimir Harkonnen.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch!
What did you think of him?
Oh my god, he was just amazing.
Baron Harkonnen. Did you like him in the film, or because you got some criticisms? Did you like him?
Yeah, it's I guess it's the mood that Villeneuve is painting for this and the characters and stuff. It works.
Mm.
Okay,
yep.
But I think the two prior barons, they've been over the top, madmen. And actually, there was some of that in the book for the Baron. People didn't mess with Harkonnens because he would do something like this to get back at you, and it was you wouldn't know it was him. So
here's an interesting thing. I just looked at Rotten Tomatoes. Critics score 83%. Audience score 92%. Boy, how often do we see that? Not that I give two shits what the critics think.
No, not really. And let's see here. Good morning, V Star. Good morning, Keely Chow. Good morning, Nigel Movie Guy. Let's see here. Who else do we have in the house?
Gizmo?
I think I've. And good morning, brightest day. How are you today?
Sun's coming up.
Yeah, I know the sun's coming up. I'm just waiting on it a little bit more.
I put $35 of gas in your truck
Oh, thanks.
because you were on EEE. You had a warning that you.
Well, Jay, thanks for telling everyone.
That's what I'm here for.
I think you should watch Doom with me today. I think you might like it.
Aravic,
After everything else gets done.
Audible
Good
is your
morning,
friend.
Professor.
Yeah, I thought overall, I mean, yeah, I gave the movie. I was shocked how good I thought the movie was. It's been, like I said, Cab. It's been a long time since I've seen a big budget movie just really captivate me like this one did. I've seen plenty of lower budget movies, but yeah, a big budget movie, yeah, been a long time.
I fucking
Yeah.
loved it too. Yeah, I mean, last thing I'll say about Harkonnen, I mean, I think they nailed the casting in the whole movie just about. But Skarsgård was so good for it. His voice was awesome when he goes, "Kill them all."
Mm-hmm. Oh, Aravic, you were talking about you don't have time to read. Audible is your friend, sir.
Absolutely.
There is nothing wrong with listening to a good audio novel. Actually, I've done a few times where I downloaded from Audible. I downloaded Sandman, the comic book, and I'm just waiting to get the comic books themselves because I want to read the comic while I'm listening. Because I've done that before with certain books. I've actually listened while I'm reading, and it actually, in my opinion, helps with the. It actually enhances the experience.
Good to know. All right.
I
Well,
got a
that is-
puppy in the room.
Yep.
Yeah, a 7-year-old puppy, but I got a puppy.
Jade. Jady bye-bye. Jady bye-bye.
JD. Such a good dog.
let's
And
see here.
what do you want to bet? My dog Luke is about to walk in. Yep, here he is.
Come here, Luke.
Of course.
Come here, Luke, you jealous little doggy. You jealous little doggy.
Yeah. It's like you give one love and the other one comes
So did,
running. He's like, what about me?
So I got a question for you guys. Did Josh Brolin die? What the hell happened to his character?
Gurney Alex character? No.
Yeah, I thought he got killed.
Nope.
No. Duncan Idaho is the one that dies.
And the professor
Last
is
time
correct.
we see him is when he charges into battle, right?
Carlo, do you not know where a library is? I don't know. Seriously, I don't know where you live. So yeah.
He lives in the UK.
Oh, Aravic, everybody's got Dune. Okay. And especially I would recommend the Audible version because the key scenes in the book they act them out with different voice actors, so you get actual feel, especially like it's one scene they should have put in the movie where you had the Baron, Piter, and Fade, and they're going over what's going to happen to what their plan is to go after to get rid of House Atreides, and the interaction between the Baron and Piter. Piter he oversteps his bounds quite a bit, but the Baron puts up with it because he's valuable. You know, as soon as he loses his value, even Piter knows the Baron's going to have him killed.
So I
What
got a
did you
question.
think
So,
of?
well, I got.
Go ahead,
let me
Zach.
throw this out there. We're going to see the Emperor in part 2, right? They keep talking about the Emperor, but we never saw him.
No, you're not supposed to see him until like the end of this.
Because I remember he was in one of the versions, right? What was his name? Something.
Because both of them, they showed the Emperor
Oh, did they? Okay.
in
And he was
Yeah, even though
several.
the
close,
Emperor
right?
didn't show up in the book until what?
It's
Almost the very end.
the very end, because he had to come. The Emperor and the Sardaukar had to come to Arrakis to try to straighten out what that whole mess, and that's where Paul had him, which is what Paul wanted to happen.
I wonder who they'll pick to play the Emperor. Yeah, that should be interesting.
Hey, Mr. Lundell, since I know you're very well versed in the book and stuff, what did you think of the actor who played Lady Jessica?
Interesting.
I thought she put some amazing emotions. I mean, she's
Yeah.
very strong. She's very has her emotions in check for the most part. But other than that scene, other than that area where the mother of the Bene Gesserits comes, that's really the only time you see her really afraid.
I disagree about the reading because, yeah, you can have friends and still read. And nope, I'm not ignoring the chat.
Well, Professor, come on up.
Oh, that's a fucked up comment right there. Look, put up Rich Troll's comment.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
The other one,
What's the new
next
one?
one. Okay, okay. If you want to read that, cool. But I was I was talking about the one reading sci-fi books one.
Oh, yeah,
Fuck
that
off,
one.
Rich Troll.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've read a few hundred sci-fi books, and quite frankly, it doesn't mean I don't have friends. In fact, most of the books I've read, I've talked about. It's why we're talking about Dune.
Yep.
Not just the movie, but we're talking about the adaptation of the movie from the book.
Oh, get out of here. This guy.
You can find the buy me a coffee link in the description below. Rich Troll. So if you're rich, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, since it's only for geeks, goodbye. Not to overstep my bounds, Captain Trick.
Yeah, no, I'll say this too. That I was very impressed by. We actually have original starship designs. How impressive is that? These
What?
ships don't look like anything I've seen before in sci-fi movies. They took kind of an original approach in designing all the ships, the equipment. I was impressed by that.
Yeah, I thought that I did like the uniqueness of the ships as well. I thought, wow, I haven't seen this before. This is,
Mhm.
different. This
Me too.
is visually gorgeous.
Yeah. They got the ornithopter right. That's
Yes.
that's the
Thank you.
big
I
thing.
tried. I'm not that gorgeous though.
Yeah, like I'm talking about you.
Hey now, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame. Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Peace.
How are you,
morning.
LBG?
Doing good. Don't worry. I come in peace. I come in peace.
No, I just don't want to deal with any conspiracy theories today.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean, I was kind of intrigued to hear about the story about the Alec Baldwin story. That there was more to it, but it's all good.
I have an opinion on that, actually, if we wanted to get into that.
Not
Go
yet.
ahead.
Let me send Captain Trek a image here. But if you want to start us out, then feel free. I do have an opinion, though.
Shoot, man. Like I said, I just didn't want to trigger anybody. I think there's
No, that's cool.
there.
If you want to talk about it, I'm happy to talk about it.
It's up to the channel.
All right, Trek. Let me find
Go
you on
for it.
Twitter here. Yeah, feel free to start us out, dude. I'll come back with my opinion.
Yeah, no, there was just an article saying that there was that we had like 6 people leave the set because of good working conditions. Hey, what up, Eric? And that it's possible this was either a humongous foul up or somebody thought they could impose their will and actually do this shit on purpose and put a real bullet in that gun, because there was a real bullet. Now, I still need to look up some information about whether or not a prop gun can fire a real bullet. I'm kind of getting mixed information on that. Some say yes, some say no. It's supposed to be a fake bullet. The whole prop gun is not supposed to actually be able to fire a real bullet. But that's not always the case that I'm saying. So
I think I can clear that up for you. Just give me 1 second.
And bear in mind now, this movie is a period piece that they were working on.
Yeah, they were working on a Western.
And this dickless wonder waving a gun around, even though, I mean, okay, I'm so glad I was trained how to use a weapon. And rule 1 is it's loaded, you dumb motherfucker.
First
Whether
rule
you just take it out of
any
the box,
firearm.
it's loaded. You know,
Mhm.
First rule:
It's-
treat every weapon as if it is loaded.
right?
Correct.
It's
Never point a weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. Keep your
Right.
finger straight and off the trigger until you are prepared to fire. And the final rule: know your target.
yeah. See, these idiots like Baldwin, they've got no business being around a gun, and that just this situation just proved that.
I get that, but when you're talking about an actor, the director's literally telling you where to point.
No, it doesn't matter.
It's not like you can't know your target when you're supposed to be pointing in a certain direction.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. Gun. You talk to him about guns. It's dangerous. Nobody should have a gun. Yada yada, and he shoots somebody.
Trek, did you get my picture here?
Yeah, I did. Okay,
That's me. So maybe we could pull that up if you don't mind. Because I've fired prop guns, and I fired a prop gun on a Western. So I've kind of got a maybe an interesting opinion for some people on this.
Yeah.
When we did our movie,
Yeah, Rich Troll. You see, we have that fun little thing in America called the Second Amendment that makes sure that can't happen.
well, when we did our movie, when I fired the prop gun, there was nobody standing in front of me. What they did is they filmed the shot of me firing the weapon separately from the shot with the squibs. So when I was shooting the gun, there was nobody in front of me. And the still I sent to Trek will show that these people were smart enough to not even put a cameraman in front of me.
Yeah.
Right. When I shot the gun, there was nobody in front of me at all. And the gun I think that they used is a similar one to what we used on this movie Clear Creek, or Scratch. It was renamed Clear Creek. And it was a front firing blank gun, which means it shoots a projectile. It has the muzzle flash. It has the sound. And even with that, which is what I think they used on this, they took total security precautions so that nobody would get hurt in the scene.
I'm surprised that it, I mean, it's shocking that this happened, mainly because, I think the last time we heard about this was The Crow with Brandon Lee.
Yep.
Yeah, there should have been things in place then when that shit happened.
Yeah, I agree. There should have been, but I mean, still, I mean, it's been a long time since we've heard about that kind of stuff. Rich Troll, yeah. In that case, no, you can kiss my ass. That's all I'm going to say to that.
What does he say now?
No, he's not highlighting the comment. Where is it? Ooh.
Oh, he tells me that he says the Second Amendment is dumb.
Well, that's his opinion. When it comes to people making political things about Alec Baldwin, it kind of upsets me a little bit. And I'm not even really a political guy. And I certainly don't agree with Alec Baldwin or the type of guy he is or his kind of politics or anything like that. But this is what's called an accident, right? I see people making creepy jokes about him. It's like, come on, man. What are you guys doing? People die on the set. It's a tragedy every time. Stuntmen.
Oh, well, look what's trending right now. Alec for prison. I'm like, I'm like, okay, no. See, I'm not even engaging with these people. I want nothing to do with them because I'm like, no. I personally cannot stand Alec Baldwin as a person.
Same here.
But
yeah,
I'm not the kind of person. I think we all are the same way. We would never wish this on anyone.
Nope. So anyhow, until we actually know more, I think this topic is done.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we need to wait for the.
There has to be an investigation, a proper investigation, and we're not qualified.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
We'll screw around and put the man in jail before anything. You're right.
No. Okay, so what happened is a prop gun killed somebody. Nothing new is going to come out of the story. What happened is they fucked up. That whoever was designing the shot, designing what they were doing, fucked up. Okay, it has nothing to do with Alec Baldwin, really. It has to do with somebody gave him a gun. Okay, and the front firing prop guns are guns, right? You have to take out certain legal stuff to even use them. And somebody gave it to him, and somebody framed the shot with him firing it towards a person. Okay, I would bet the house on that. So,
Okay.
So it's either the director, the producer, the prop department. Those are the people to blame. Nothing new is going to come out. Alec Baldwin didn't murder somebody on purpose.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I just saw what Goose, one of the guys I follow on Twitter, popped up. This is what some idiot on Twitter said. I shit you not. This is what he actually wrote. Might the prop gun have been secretly loaded with real bullets by a Trump supporter to punish Alec Baldwin for his Trump parodies? Should be a line of.
I knew that was coming.
God.
I knew that was coming.
There.
That's how stupid most lefties are. I just knew something like that was coming.
Oh God, really?
When I was handed that gun,
I don't make this shit up, Cap. This is
I
how
almost-
stupid people are.
I almost did a video on this because when they gave me that prop gun for the Western, they told me, don't fire this until we tell you. Be very careful with this. It's not a matter of Alec Baldwin getting angry. It's not a matter of anything aside from improper protocol. That's exactly what happened.
I totally agree. I mean, and NB can speak to this. There's protocol on a rifle range.
Yes, there is. And if you screw up, if you make any mistakes on a rifle range, your ass will be yelled at.
Yeah,
Rightly so.
you'll be yelled at if you're lucky.
Yeah.
If they yell at
might
you,
get kicked
they're
off
in a
the-
good mood.
You can get your ass kicked off the range for doing even minor offenses.
And absolutely, Eric, you are absolutely 100% correct. It is time for coffee.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Okay, now I gotta go brew another cup. Thanks.
Well,
Cass.
with that said, I do need to go. It's 8:30. The sun is finally up at just the right point. I'm going to go get my bulk run done at Walmart. You guys all have a great one. Great talking to you. I had a great talk about dinner with you guys.
Absolutely.
Good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
And I am speaking again.
Cool. So what's going on, Bird?
Nothing.
Bird. Glad to see you're awake. What's up, bud?
Hello, world. Who's back now? Who's here?
Right now, we have LDG, Zach Leary, and Mr. Lundell.
Kapla.
As well as all the people in the chat.
Sad day in Texas.
LDG, Doug, did you see Dune? What did you think of it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
I'm going
Bird?
to watch it.
Bird, did
I
you
have
like it?
no interest.
What?
Yeah, Bird.
Why is that?
Not a Dune person.
It doesn't
Never
matter.
seen it.
Did you like
Never
Blade
heard
Runner
of it.
2049?
I mean, I heard of it. Never watched it. Never read it.
Did you like Blade Runner 2049?
Never seen that.
Oh.
Or the original Blade Runner either. Unless I did see that on a cinema Saturday and forgot about it.
But you have seen what's the show you guys always talk about? Doctor what? Doctor what is it?
Doctor Who.
Yeah, I had a weird question. How do Americans become interested in Doctor Who? So before this channel, I've really heard nobody
I
talk
don't.
about it.
I don't either. There just happen to be people who come here who do like it. And
okay.
they talk about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
That's one thing. We here we'll talk about things, even though certain people may not be interested in one topic. It'll continue on for a little bit, and then it'll go to a different topic, so then more people can relate to that.
You got a few people who love that show, right?
Oh, absolutely. Professor Brady Specs is one of them who loved Doctor Who and as a kid back in the 80s.
It's kind of an interesting concept. The main thing that interests me is that they change actors, right? But that's kind of the limit to my interest in it.
That's they back then I didn't know much about it. Because I tried watching at the time and it just looked like it just looked cheesy.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, same here.
And I hadn't seen the one back years ago, back when it was black and white. The second Doctor, I believe, which I actually liked, but that was old.
Well, you've had some tremendous actors over the years, and when it comes to British actors, I actually like British actors, and I'm not so much pro British actors playing American parts, but aside from that, you've got so many good British actors. Most of these guys are stage guys. So to me, that's kind of interesting. You've had a great cast throughout the years with that show.
Oh, let's see here. Let's see what. A giant close-up of the actor playing the Doctor. The old series creeped me out as a kid. I can see why. All right.
Which old series?
That's a good question. Probably doesn't you.
We got some social media news in Texas. You want me to read it?
Go for it.
Texas can seek files from Twitter, Facebook, and sue over new law. A federal judge will allow Texas to seek internal documents from social media companies regarding how they moderate content, which is not their fucking business. Us, as the state, defends a new law restricting when platforms can suspend users. The ruling Friday by U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman in Austin means that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is free to seek limited discovery from members of two prominent trade groups that sued to block the controversial statute, including Twitter, Alphabet, and Facebook. The ruling allows Paxton to seek documents and depose employees at members of NetChoice and Computer and Communications Industries Association, but only if they'll only if they'll be impacted by the law barring platforms from suspending users over their political views.
And I assume this is a thing by Governor Abbott, right?
I don't know. I'm just reading it right now. The statute, which applies to social media companies with more than 50 million monthly users, takes place December 2nd. The trade groups argue that the statute will force social media platforms to host extremist content in violation of their user policies, and that Paxton's discovery was designed to further antagonize the targets of the law. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, there we go, and other Republicans criticized social media companies for banning former President Donald Trump from their platforms after a mob of his supporters did the January thing. Similar law in Florida targeting social media companies after the bans was put on hold by a judge in the suit brought by the same trade groups. Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible fucking news. As much as
I
it's
like the
news.
I like the news.
Yeah, what's horrible about it?
As much
They
as
already
they
already have extremists on
Listen,
they already have extremists on
yeah, there's already
Facebook
extremists. That's
Twitter.
not the point. But the point is, I would love a law that forces people to give me $1 million, but it's not right. And this is, as much as I like this law, it's not
doesn't
right.
force people to give money.
I don't give a
Here's
shit
my
what
stance
that-
on it.
whatever the fuck it does is not the point. Bird.
It's any investigation into what social media is actually doing behind the scenes is something I would wholeheartedly
None of our
support.
business.
I want to know exactly what their terms for decision making is.
Yeah.
I want to know what they're doing. I want to know the inner workings of it, because the whole thing has been clandestine. When you shadow ban somebody, or when somebody's getting 300,000 views a month and it goes to 2,000, there's no explanation. When somebody is shadow banned or demonetized, they don't tell you anything. I would like to know what the parameters are. So any information in terms of internal social media companies, I want to hear it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And everybody wants to know. And that's great that you want to know, but you don't have the right to tell them how to run their shit. Period.
I don't agree with that at
If
all.
they're going to
Look,
ban
platform.
if they're going to ban somebody, you damn right we have a right to know. We have a
Oh,
right
yeah.
to know what. Yes, we do. We have a right to know what their
What's your
requirements
right?
are. Shut up, LEG. We have a right to know what the requirements are.
Yeah.
That's all
And
they're
remember-
saying. They want to know what the requirements are. If they
I
don't
would
have
even-
any set requirements, that's a problem.
It sure
I would
is.
take it even a step further from that. I would say that, in my opinion, if they want to get rid of somebody off of the internet, that they should have a legal proceeding, a court case. That's what
Yeah.
should happen. I don't think they should be allowed to take people off of the internet. The fact that they removed a former president, and I didn't vote for Donald Trump either time, and I didn't vote for Hillary, and I didn't vote for Joe. I did vote, but not for either one of them. Okay.
Correct.
The fact that they took a former president off of the internet with no due process is insane.
I'm
They
sorry,
took the president off.
Please stop saying that. They didn't take them off the internet. Okay, that is fake news.
They
They didn't
sure
take them
did.
off the internet. They took them off a platform that is privately owned.
Social media.
If you're gonna want to, if you want the
Social
internet
media.
to work the way it's supposed to work, then you got to understand how the fuck it works. When you go to
Also,
somebody's
all that
server,
Prometheus stuff
or
you've been saying is
there-
bullshit, then, because you
No,
want to fix
it's
it with
10
Prometheus
times-
where they can't do that.
It's
Okay,
10
then
times
They
more.
want to have
Prometheus
due
is
process.
bullshit.
Prometheus
What this is,
makes you the
social
server.
media is, if you're sitting here defending private businesses, what social media is the modern day form of freedom of speech. To defend a bureaucratic internal private system is to go against freedom of speech. This
You're
is
calling
the
an
new
apple an
soapbox.
orange. They're not freedom of speech. They're
No,
not
I'm
public
not.
platforms. They're private
No, I don't
publishers.
agree.
Yes,
No.
they are. They're
I
private
don't
publishers.
agree.
They're no different than a newspaper or a magazine.
I would regulate them.
You can't.
If I was a
There's no way to
politician,
regulate them.
sure you could.
There's laws.
How? Laws don't matter shit online.
Trust me.
No,
they can they pass laws.
To answer Arvik Saunders' comment, no, I don't want the government to run it, but I want the government to put in regulations so that if a social media platform wants to target a certain individual, they have to go through a process. And right now, they're not obligated to do that. I don't want the government to run social media, but the government should have some kind of provision in place to prevent people from being thrown off the internet. What they did is they rob people of their voice. Well, when it happens to you, LDG, maybe you'll
I don't care what happens to me. You're supposed to leave the goddamn platform.
with no animosity.
If you don't like it, leave the platform. That's how you teach them a lesson. You have the power to change. Stop wanting a JW world where just because you bitch that you make somebody else force against their will. You don't live forcing against people against their will. If I have a server and you come to it, I am God and you are the peon. Unfortunately, that's the world you gotta understand you live in. This is
but that's it. In business, you don't get those rights.
You don't have.
Okay, if
rights.
that was the
There are
right,
no
then
such thing
people
as
wouldn't be
rights.
going
It's
to court over not being able to make a cake.
Yeah,
because of what the cake
ain't
says.
stopping you from making a cake.
So we don't live in a free society. We've had to give up some of our rights in order to have equal rights for everybody. Okay.
Okay, that's an awesome blanket statement, but yeah, sure, okay.
No, I'm saying the business world is not. You don't, just because you own the business doesn't mean you get to run it any way you want. That's not the world we live in anymore. It hasn't been for 100 years.
Are you
now,
blind?
a lot of people don't like it. Am I blind? No, are you blind?
Do you see the terms and conditions that they're forcing us to agree to today?
Nobody. Just because
us.
you click on a link doesn't mean you've agreed to anything. Okay, the courts don't always enforce those rules and conditions. They know nobody reads them.
What are the courts enforcing? The second a server is outside the United States government, there's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can.
And yet they're doing it right now.
All day long that you can go and contract to murder somebody. There are websites right now you can go and find a legal.
No, you can't. Those
Yes,
are
you can.
bullshit.
Of course
Those
you
are
can.
all
You-
bullshit websites. There
Okay,
is not
sure.
one website in where we can go contract a murder.
Really?
Okay, you do that. It's
You
just
really
the
want me to come out with a
FBI.
video and show you where that is?
I know
Okay.
there are websites that purport to allow you to contract a murder, but I promise you, not one of them allow you to actually contract a murder.
I'm sorry, Bird.
Yeah.
You are ignorant as
Okay,
shit.
I put up a website that allowed you to freeze your baby. It was called Baby on Hold. And you know what? I got emails every day from people wanting to know more about how they could freeze their baby because they didn't want to abort the baby, but they also didn't want to have the baby.
I'm sorry you believe that, Bird. Fortunately, I know
It
better.
doesn't mean it was real. It just means that there was a website to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Sure thing. Whatever you say. We need to treat the internet the way it's supposed to be.
Okay,
Not-
and
No, I don't
here-
agree with that either.
here's the problem.
You
Here's the
can go
problem.
ahead and
Who
do that in your
def-
mind,
Who
but in the real world,
defines how it's
the
supposed to be?
government.
Because
The internet
it's not you. It's
internet
not
does.
you.
No, it's not the internet.
It's not
No,
going to be
LDG.
anybody. There's no
Well,
one
let me
person.
just.
Well,
No, it's not the internet. It's 10 or 12 people in a boardroom who decide ultimately
That's
what
correct.
we are and what we are not allowed to see. They threw off the acting press secretary of the president of the United States off of Twitter for promoting a story by the New York Times. That's what happened.
Twitter's not the right place.
Which is, I believe, one of, if not the oldest news organizations in the nation. Okay, they threw the acting press secretary of the United States off of Twitter for
So President's
retweeting
off of
something.
Twitter magazine. Wow. Yay.
It's not
That
a
really hurt.
magazine. Well, LDG,
It's a published- Dude, Zach,
how do you-
stop. Zach. They're private publishers. Period.
well,
The second
LDG,
you
how
get
do
the
you?
second you-
No, don't tell me to stop.
if they're
Wait a minute.
private publishers, then they've got to be held accountable for what they allow published.
Well, wait a minute.
If they're not.
How do
I
you win a
agree.
presidential campaign when Twitter? is
But they're
going
not
after you?
being held accountable because they say that they're
Because
a
of-
public platform.
Because they're the only ones to go to right now. That's the problem. If they did get
They're
held
not the only
accountable-
ones. There's 50. There's Gab. There's Minds. There's
Okay, so we all know
Parler.
those are super popular right now.
Parlor.
No, they're not.
There's
I would agree with that. But it doesn't
local.
help your
Independent
case.
magazines, yeah.
It doesn't help your case, LDG, that the most prominent people are clearly regulating themselves. They're regulating what is allowed and what is not allowed on their own platforms. Facebook, Twitter, you name it.
I have not
They're all
found
doing
one
And
it.
when
public
these
platform
companies
yet.
act, all the big companies
Wait, look, what did you say?
act the same day.
I didn't hear what he said.
No, I was saying name one true public platform. Just give me one.
Oh,
You won't be able to. There isn't one.
He's playing
IRC.
semantics. Okay, that's semantics with the language.
No, there's
Correct.
not one true public platform.
Internet relay chat.
Well, I don't know what that means, man. I don't know what
He
that,
doesn't know
you're
what
trying
it
to say
means
with
A
that.
platform that isn't moderated by the people who own it or created it.
Yeah, but why are you? I don't think there is one. I agree with you there. But why are you
Thank you.
arguing in
That's
support
what we
of
need.
that?
Because that's what you're
What?
looking for. You're looking for a
That's
platform.
what we
You're not looking
need?
for a company.
Oh,
course
come
that's
on,
what we need.
man.
Come on, what? Come on. Dude, I can take this conversation on. Bring it.
But
If
let me
that
ask you
is
this.
what you're arguing for, that is exactly what this law is supporting.
This law is supporting to force people who want to be a private publisher to be a public platform, and they're going to take their money and run. The
They
second the
are
government
calling.
pushes back and
They are
forces them to
calling
listen,
themselves a public forum.
Yes,
I don't care
I
if
agree.
they are a public forum or
Then
not.
let them run. Then let Twitter take its money, shut
Let
down,
Google
and run.
run. Let
Yeah.
Facebook run.
Let them all
till
run.
they wake up
Yeah,
with
good.
absolutely
Let
nothing.
them run.
So the
Because
few
I'm going to
people
tell
who
you,
are
they're not
trying
going to
to
run because they're not allowed to run because they're public companies. And public companies have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to make money.
Correct.
So
why
when
I
it
think-
comes to either allowing the president back on Twitter or shutting down, they have to let the president back on Twitter, or else
We'll
they
see
would
about that.
lose their
like
stock.
to do as well. Yeah,
We'll see
and
about
again,
that.
I didn't vote for Trump, but I 110% support Trump being on Twitter and being on social media. The fact that they took off a former president is the craziest thing I've ever heard. A
The
former
fact that
president.
the president can stay off is funny. I don't know how he was able not to come back on himself. You can't block me from Twitter.
Well, Trump,
Yes,
Trump
they
is-
can.
No, they can't. How?
No, they can. You are going to use a fake account and get around
They're all
their.
fake accounts, first of all. Second of all,
No,
just don't
they're
say
not fake
account.
accounts. You see,
They're called aliases.
you
called
were just
aliases.
getting by because nobody knows who the fuck you are. If
So
you
what?
were as famous as President Trump,
Yeah,
you would
it's
not
hard
be
for
able to
him
make
do
a
that.
fake account
Yes, you
and
could.
get back on Twitter.
Of course you could. Try me. Twitter, ban me.
Well,
Yet nobody's going to
It doesn't
because
matter
they
how
don't
popular I am.
recognize you.
Twitter ban
not
me.
everybody
Just
uses
keep
not
me
everybody uses a not everybody goes with an alias. My name on Twitter is right there on the screen. It's my real name. Not everybody
That's
goes by
besides
an
the point,
alias.
but yeah, okay,
If
so
I
that's fine.
Even
say
if you
something-
have your real name, if you're not a mega star, people can have the same name.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't ban people by real name.
Exactly.
that's not the point I was making.
Exactly.
As he said it's some anonymous type. What's going on here, man, is you're talking about a closed door dark system where people that we don't know or perhaps have never even heard of get to make the decisions in terms of what other people are allowed to see, read, and think. We can't have that. I mean, what's going on is public conditioning. And again, I'm not some Trump guy, but we can't have public conditioning either way. If it was going in the opposite direction, I would have the same problems. If they threw Joe Biden up, I'd have the same issue.
Exactly.
And Joe Biden's a liar. Joe Biden's a liar. Donald Trump is a liar. They're all fucking liars. They're all crooks. They're all fucking doing the same thing. They all worship the same people. They bend the knee to the same people. It doesn't matter
I
who
hear
it
that.
is.
And again, I'm for this, but
What
at the same
matters-
time,
Yeah, but
you
we need
can't
a
force
system
a
due
server
process.
to do whatever the hell it wants. I'm sorry. Listen, as much as I would love to see Facebook held accountable, Google held accountable, Twitter, all them motherfuckers, because I know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Okay, I'm not for what they're doing. But at the same time, you can't just think you can regulate something you have no right to, because then when somebody actually comes out with something and does it the right way, that person's going to get fucked up by all these stupid laws that are only created because of the bad people ruining it for the good people. If you want to change shit, stop using them. I know they say they're a public platform, but they're not. They're a private publisher. They choose your post get approved and disapproved. The second that happens, you are a publisher. You are not a public platform. You should be allowed to stand up on your public platform and say whatever the fuck you want to say, and whoever wants to listen can listen. That is not the platforms you're on. It's obvious that is the case. That is dead 100%. Don't think anybody can argue with me. Obvious.
I can.
Okay?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, because
they approve your post. Your post has to be approved or disapproved. They're pulled, not approved. Ban, shadow ban, not ban. How is that a public platform?
Showing you your toy. One upside down.
Your posts are literally approved, Zach. Literally have to go through an approval process. They are edited.
Edited by who?
You wonder by the platform. You wonder why it takes a second for your shit to post when you hit post, because it's going through an approval process. There's code actually reading through your shit to make sure you didn't say certain things or didn't post certain things.
I think
And if
you
they
need to
screw up,
adjust
they
the 10-4 ahead.
And if they screw up and miss you, they get you on the back end by manual freaking shit.
Show me, but shut off the camera.
Blocking people, blocking users, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to block somebody on a public platform. And as much as I want them to play by the rules, the only way to do it is to do it in the right way. Not by making some stupid law that's going to blanketly hurt everybody.
This
You don't like
law
these
is going to open the books. And if they are a publisher, the book should be open anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't we have the same thing with news articles, with news companies and magazines, and it's just social media? But that's fine. That's besides the point, I guess you could say. If a company isn't transparent enough, you stop using them, you make them go out of business. That's how it's supposed to work.
Here's what I would do, LDG, is I would get rid of the Telecommunications Act of 1992, which took 45 different media companies and ended up giving us 3 or 4 or 5. I would get rid of that. Regulation-wise, and there's certain things that have been done which go against my opinion. The Telecommunications Act, a vast example of different media companies, and gave us 5. That's what happened. What we're talking about is all engineered by corporations. That's really what has happened here. Is people want to make money on the news.
That's why. I mean, it's all good. Like I said, we just have to continue and strive forward. And if one day Prometheus comes out and the government knocks on my door and says regulation, I'm just gonna sleep well knowing I'm gonna tell them
that's a regulation.
I can't do
That's
shit.
a regulation.
I got no power. It's a public platform. There's nothing I can do about it. And be honest in knowing that I'm not lying to them. We want to see your data. There is no data. It's a public platform. Good luck. There's no servers. We want to stop you from people saying I hate white people. Sorry, I can't do that. It's a public platform. I have no power over that.
That's not what a public platform is.
Nope, that's not what you think a public platform is.
Your definition of something does not make it the case, LDG.
No, but it will make it the case on my program.
Okay, we're not talking about we're not talking about your program. We are talking about reality.
Yeah, reality. The
reality is not okay. Let me put it to you this way: reality is what exists now, right now, and right now, your program does not exist.
Right now,
it is not out there to be used.
Right now, you currently have a device that allows you to connect to a digital network and do whatever the hell you want. That already exists. The fact that you don't have a prettied up program that gives you the tools and resources to actually do that is besides the point. You already have it.
No, that is the point.
No.
If I can't post something that everybody can see on whatever Prometheus, then it doesn't exist. I can post something that people can see on Twitter. Twitter is the issue then, not Prometheus. Also, the fact that your non-centralized system has yet to be proven is another problem. But
it's not another problem. It's already been created in different forms. Look at Napster, and the government couldn't do a damn thing about him.
Napster's shut down, isn't it?
No, Napster.
So that what do you mean the government couldn't do a thing about it?
Not shut down.
Yes, it is. It got shut down. Somebody bought the name out of bankruptcy.
Go to Napster.com right now. See,
the Napster servers are gone.
Tell me if Napster is down. It's still running just fine this day. You can go to it right now. Don't talk stupid to me.
Napster.
Right now.
Somebody bought the name Napster.com and pointed it to different servers. That doesn't mean Napster exists.
Napster exists. Now, the original creator sold out. He wasn't forced out of it. He sold out. There's a humongous difference.
The
government
sold the company out of bankruptcy. There was nothing left. If I still have the original Napster installed, it doesn't work.
True.
That is what's dead. Okay, just because the fucking server name exists doesn't mean Napster's still alive.
Okay,
Yeah.
no. See, this is the lies, guys. Don't listen to Bird right now. I
Oh
love you,
my
Bird.
God.
What lies?
Do it. Just
Can
shut up.
you
Let me
run
talk.
Napster?
Not because you're
Can
talking
you
lies
run
right now.
Napster?
Napster is running. They just changed what services they provide. Napster runs. Go to
They
Napster and
changed
find
this.
out
They
for yourself.
completely
Yes, they did. They
changed
completely
from
changed
God.
What?
They
Go-
completely
Bird,
changed
prove
from
me
a
say this real quick.
peer-to-peer
Prove me wrong.
network
wrong.
to a centralized place to buy
Captain's not showing
music.
on the screen right now.
Yeah.
It's not the same
Prove me
program.
wrong.
No, you prove yourself right. It's
It's
about
right there.
time people.
Napster.com. Thank you.
It is not the same place it was. No.
Nothing. What are you talking about? It's not the same place it was, but it still exists. That makes no sense. All they did is change the service.
Somebody else owns
Napster.
the company.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody
because
else
the original-
owns the rights to the name.
Yes,
It's
Yeah.
not the same company.
It's not the same person. It wasn't a company to begin with. It was a person who created a peer-to-peer program that actually did something government good.
And it's not a peer-to-peer program
resource.
anymore.
It doesn't matter. The fact is,
Yes, it does. That was the
Yes,
whole
it
point of
does.
Napster.
What
That's
I'm
the
trying to
fucking
say is,
point.
Nobody
when
gave a
somebody-
shit what the name was, Napster.
when-
They gave a shit what it did.
Uh-huh.
Are we just going to talk over each other? When Napster came out, the government realized they couldn't do jack shit. They did not block Napster. Napster wasn't shut down by the internet. They couldn't do anything about it. They found out, somebody figured out how to do things the right way, and the only way they were able to shut it down was
The guy
to-
got sued out of
was-
existence.
No. You know how much money he made? The guy's a millionaire right now, for God's sakes. They bought him out. He sold out. He didn't get sued out of existence. Look up the articles, for God's sake.
See, the way you talk about things, LD, you should be a billionaire by now, but you're not. What the fuck are you doing
Why?
wrong?
Because I didn't choose to lie, cheat, and steal. Because that's the American way. You want to succeed in today? Yeah, I could be rich right now.
No, you don't have to lie, cheat, and
pirated
steal to
Windows,
be
all my
rich.
clients, and saved all that money.
No,
I could
you don't
done
have to
so
lie,
much.
cheat, and steal to be rich. All you have to do
It's just
is
the easy
create
way in.
something that actually works and sell it at a reasonable price. That's all you have to do.
That's
I
one
agree.
way of doing it. That's not the only way of doing it.
It's the best way to do it.
No, there's a million best ways of doing it.
Oh my
You can't sit here and tell me that there's a million different ways of doing something and you magically have the one way that happens to be
No.
the best.
The best way is come up with something people want, sell it at a
Mhm.
reasonable price, be honest about what it can and cannot do.
Exactly.
Treat your workers right. That's how you become rich. Okay?
That's one way.
And PR. And PR.
That's the best way to become rich.
That's one way.
But here's the thing, LDG, do you agree with the concept of a Wild West internet? Is because I thought I heard you say something
No.
about that.
I believe in giving everybody power. Ultimate power corrupts ultimately unless it's shared. You give everybody power over their devices. You can't
So
be
you
fucked
don't
with
agree with that?
if you have power over yourself.
Well, do you agree with the Wild West style of internet, or
No.
or don't you?
Well, when
Oh,
you
you
say
don't.
Wild West, what exactly do you mean? Because that's fluid.
Well,
Anything
okay,
goes.
well, let me define it. So let's talk about like the early days of YouTube, where there was no censorship, no demonetization, stuff like that. The old days of Twitter and so forth and so on, where it was
Yeah.
a more free platform.
It still is.
Well, all of
That's it's all illusion. The internet is just as free as it was yesterday, 20 years ago.
Mm.
You're just
But how can
talking
you
about
say
certain
that?
servers that are playing by different rules. The internet is openly and free. It's never changed. It's never got more locked
Whoa,
down.
whoa! I'm talking about several of the biggest companies on the internet as servers. No, I'm not. We're talking about the main. We're talking about the that mountain with all the presidents. What's that called? Mount Rushmore. We're talking about the Mount Rushmore of the internet, right? I'm not talking about some server that you have to go and find. I'm
Mhm.
talking about the pillars of the internet and the pillars of public communication. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. You're giving power
Not
to something
some
that doesn't
server.
have no power. Any server, all the servers, all the big boys started off as some server you had to find. That's how the internet works. Maybe I'm seeing this from a programmer point of view or computer engineer point of view, and not just from a regular viewer or regular consumer point of view. But that's how the internet works, my friend. You become a small server the second you spark and go viral. You become a pillar. That's how it works.
That doesn't work like that.
Facebook wasn't jack shit.
Look at
My
all the
MySpace wasn't jack
challengers. No. Look at all the challengers to YouTube that have failed over the past few years. Spotify is the only one who has been able to do it. And I'm not going to name the public figures, but I could if you want to play dumb. I could. But all the public figures who have tried to start their own shit in terms of a video streaming platform, all of them have failed. Every one of them, aside from Spotify.
Hi guys.
Okay, Tim.
So I wanna weigh in on this Napster.
Go for it,
here.
please.
Okay, so I just looked up the founder of Napster, Sean Parker. According to Insider, he is currently worth about $6.2 billion.
Thank you.
Sean Parker got his start as a teenage hacker before co-founding Napster in 1999. He joined Facebook in his early days, becoming the founding president of the site at 24. Now the 42-year-old or 41-year-old billionaire funds philanthropic causes and donates to public or political candidates. So he's a douche. But yeah, there's nothing in here about him getting sued into oblivion.
Okay, but go look up Napster's history. And in the very first paragraph, Napster ran into legal difficulties over copyright infringement. It ceased operations and was eventually acquired by Roxia.
That doesn't mean that we're sued out of oblivion.
No.
Yes, it does. When you get into copyright infringement, that means you're being sued.
Yeah, he lost that, but he still didn't. He failed upwards, basically.
Exactly.
The guy who developed it might have got rich. The company Napster got sued out of oblivion and was purchased by Hollywood and became a Hollywood shill company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we all know when you get sued to oblivion, you don't go out of business. You just get.
I'm talking about the company.
Talk about that.
Napster, the technology.
Who brought up this example? I've never even heard of this company. First of all,
never heard of Napster.
And
never heard of Napster.
Company is what it
I have
was.
not. What is it?
It was supposed to be a company that changed the way how you bought music. I guess
it did. Well, it didn't change the way how you bought music, and now you got music. It did.
It's kind of like an iTunes type of thing.
Napster set it just predated iTunes. The thing with Napster was it was peer-to-peer. And so you could put all your MP3s in a folder, and then everybody else on the internet had access to all your MP3s, and you had access to everyone else's. And if you were on a college campus or someone with fast internet, you could download thousands of songs a night.
Oh yeah, so he got sued for copyright.
All MP3s.
And all completely free.
Because he made
over the course of 2 months, I went from having 0 songs to having all the songs one could imagine.
Yeah, you could do that.
And most of that was just when I would visit my sister at SUNY Buffalo, because their network was a hell of a lot faster than the one at my college. 100 times faster.
Yes.
I just download every song you could find. And the thing is, you didn't even have to know the name of the song. You could just browse someone else's files and say, hey, they have 10,000 songs.
Just
take them all.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
worry about duplicates
they
in the morning.
Couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't Napster who actually was doing the file sharing. It was the users.
They're currently owned by Roxio, which is...
Okay, but here's the thing. The Napster name became so synonymous with free music that when they got sued and had to stop operating, And Napster did require certain centralized servers to do some basic stuff. They hadn't yet gotten to fully peer-to-peer. They went out of business, but the company name was so popular that Hollywood places were willing to pay millions of dollars because they thought, oh, as long as we own the name Napster, people are going to come to Napster.com for decades to get music.
Yeah,
and while to a point it was true, people's grandparents would go to Napster.com and then buy music for 99 cents a song rather than download it for free. It was mostly a waste. I mean, at that point, Napster died. The next day, we had LimeWire and Share. There was like 50 different Napster clones that came out in short order that not only let you do music, but videos and pictures and all types of shit. The peer-to-peer sharing was big from like I don't know, whenever Napster started. I was going to say, because it kind of perfectly lined up with my college days.
Early internet.
Mid to late 90s.
Back then, you could get like anything, like HTML downloads were like the big thing.
Right. Napster started June 1st, 99.
LDG.
Captain. Stop. This is not your channel. Please allow others
I'm not
to talk.
calling it my fucking channel.
He can. Everybody's talking
Exactly.
over
Everybody else can talk over me, but I can't talk.
All I was going to say is that
Everybody.
what happened to him? He ran. Do we have the chicken dance song, Captain Trek? Do we have that available? Is that on standby? I mean, look at that. He rage quit like it was a video game.
No, I think Captain, did you knock him out? Or
No, I
you
did not.
Actually.
No.
Okay. I thought you might have knocked him out for a break.
He ran. That's too bad. I wanted to ask him a question. So the Napster thing seems to be like a diversion. I'm sure he brought that up. But the real point is he came in here defending a dark, closed door system with no accountability. That's really what's going on here. And he can't defend himself. So he ran.
The thing is, he doesn't want to have to obey those rules because he wants to enter the market, and he feels like if these laws exist, I imagine, I'm guessing, is that if these laws exist for Twitter, then they would apply to Prometheus or whatever one day he would come out with, and he doesn't want to have to deal with
the
it.
market with what?
Okay, so LDG has long been working on a system that he calls Project Prometheus, which he claims will basically solve all the problems of the internet. I mean,
So
including social media.
Oh, that's great. So it's his product. I got it.
But he's going to give it away for free.
Who cares? It's
Eventually.
still his product.
Right? I mean, there are all kinds of issues there, though. According to him, it like I do my channel on Odyssey, public domain movies.
Mm-hmm.
According to him, I can take Dune and put it on my channel, and Warner Brothers can't say shit, even though they own the rights to it, which I know better than that.
He's saying it's not his product. It'll be a public product.
Yeah.
But it's the product he's building.
The problem is, the only problem I have with his idea is that
it ain't going to work.
What creates the internet? Private servers owned by private companies all over the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a public free forum on something that doesn't exist without private servers owned by private companies that make money off their private servers and private companies all over the world. It doesn't exist.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. He's saying I will comply to every single public platform available. That's what he's saying. He's saying all the rules, all the bureaucracy, the closed door decisions, he is complicit in that. Is he is a follower of that, and that's just something I happen to disagree with.
I don't think that's what
really
he
going on.
means. He's saying,
But that's what he said.
That's
right?
what it
Yeah, you got to know LDG though.
LDG
He
has
often
sometimes
says
has
things
trouble
he doesn't mean.
articulating thought to words, so he doesn't always.
It's our
exactly
job to
what he means.
figure out what he really means.
Yeah. We've had
And
so many
then-
arguments with him over the definition of words.
I've
what
heard,
the fuck is that?
I hang out. I
How can you
live in
have
his
a-
backstage, so I hear
How
all of
can
his
you have
stuff
that?
a lot. So, no,
I
he
mean, we
wants a
pulled
free,
out
unrestricted
Webster's,
internet.
okay,
period.
and argued with him over this is what this word means. Okay, and
You know what that sounds like? It's like that whole bill. It depends on what your definition is.
That's him. That's him. That's him.
Okay. Let's find a
He has
different
noble
topic.
intentions, but I think execution might be a little bit out of reach.
I don't even agree with that. I think the execution was terrible. If you're talking about his presentation of his argument, it didn't even make sense. What he's saying is, let's just go along with everything, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. That's kind of what I heard. They can do whatever they want because they're a private company, and fuck the government, fuck regulation. They can do whatever they want, even though we're talking about an evolving society, right? An evolving society. We communicate through social media. It's the same as you could pick something from 40 years ago, 50 years ago.
Yes, Professor, you're right. He does like to rile things up.
What social media is today is the same as standing in a box at the edge of the street 50, 60, 70 years ago. That's what it is. It is free speech in a lot of ways. The personification of free speech.
To some
So
degree.
I don't think you can defend free speech and have that be a proponent of who you are, and at the same time encourage backdoor deals and backdoor versions of exclusion. I don't think you can do both.
Yeah, you know what you were saying about social media platforms removing the standing president. I agree with you on that. I didn't like or vote for Trump either, but I also don't agree. I don't agree with them removing the president. But the problem is that the social media platforms, and there were court cases that were involving this, that they can get away with this because they're considered private platforms, and they reserve the right to do what they want on their private platforms. You know, it's sad. It really is.
Yeah. No,
And you know, we subject ourselves to not having the rights we think we have on these platforms. They have the right to do what they want because it's their platform. Even though they provide a free, some of them provide a free service like Facebook. I can go on Facebook. I don't pay for an account. I can talk and chat. But if I say the wrong thing, they reserve the right to erase whatever I said. They've deleted several of my comments, and they weren't even good comments. They weren't even, you know, controversial. But I've seen them disappear.
Yeah.
So
They're big on. I mean, post anything with the word COVID in it. And immediate, I mean, red flag, and then
you see the COVID ad right away.
Yeah,
you know, you see the CDC warning on COVID. This is where you really go.
Well, look at LDG. It's too bad he ran like a chicken, because I would ask him about Joe Rogan. What did they do to Joe Rogan? We've all seen the videos of him and Sanjay Gupta. They fucked Joe Rogan, and probably could be held accountable legally if Joe Rogan sued him. Is they went against Joe Rogan, who was prescribed medication.
Whatever
by his
happened to him
doctor.
suing CNN? Because I heard he was suing CNN, and I haven't heard anything of it since then.
He never sued him, but he could. That's the whole thing. He said
I heard he was going to, but then it just disappeared.
No, I don't think he said he was going to. What he said is
he had that guy on. He had that guy on his channel, and he just grilled the shit out of him.
Yeah, Tim, you're talking about Sanjay Gupta.
Yeah, that's his name.
What Rogan said is, could I sue them? I think I could. Right? He didn't say he was gonna. But if Rogan did sue them for defamation, he would probably win. But he's
there were several YouTubers like I watched Nick Rekieta, and he was talking about Joe Rogan potentially filing a suit against CNN. But then after that, I never heard anything of it. And then he had Gucci on his channel and had his little grilling session with the guy. And then once like I said, and then never heard anything of it then. So I was kind of surprised. I was hoping he would sue him.
Why would you hope that, LDG? Why would you hope for that?
Yeah, I appreciate that, boss. I do appreciate your humor, though. But yeah, I didn't run like a chicken. I just Captain Truck pissed me off, and I need some smokes. I'm dying here.
Then you did run like a chicken.
No, I just needed to take a breather because you didn't want to hear the next words that came out of my mouth. That's all that was. Second, you want to know more about Prometheus, my friend?
No.
I appreciate somebody from a jaded point of view. Might see what I say or might not understand me properly. Wow. I get it. I do have issues speaking. That's trying to get the thoughts because we don't think in English, right? I mean, we're thinking in different language, so it's hard for me to put my thoughts into words sometimes. I'm not exactly a grade A speaker, but you're gonna have to deal with that with me if you're gonna deal with me. But if you do want to know more about Prometheus, I'll be glad to talk to you backstage if you have any questions. But understand, I am not sleeping with any motherfucking enemy. Okay, as much as I don't like what they're doing,
I don't even know what that means.
Right.
What do you mean sleep with the enemy? Who the fuck? What the fuck does that mean?
Take your oxygen, Mondell. Come on.
You literally said I endorse backstage deals.
Huh?
What?
You said I'm for the backstage deals of the internet.
You are.
No,
because what you have advocated, LDG, is for these companies to make decisions without any kind of public viewership, any kind of public information. We don't. They can do whatever they want without informing the public, and that's
you have
like
the right to
correct me if I'm wrong.
You have the right to create an organization or a business and do whatever the hell you want, as long as it doesn't break any unalienable rights. Absolutely correct.
Wrong.
So I don't get to tell you how you want to do things. This is not socialism.
There are regulations.
Socialism.
You have the environmental regulations.
You know how you stop it? You stop it by not giving them their money. That's how you stop it. That's how you exercise your power.
LDG, if I had invented the wheel before people were using cars and what I had invented became cars, you don't think they should regulate that?
No. Why? When does regulation?
No, but do you understand the metaphor I made? If somebody invents a wheel before people have cars, does it matter? No. But if it becomes cars with every American or every person on earth using automobiles, it changes over time. And that's what social media is. Over time, the influences become more powerful. Therefore, we need to change our perspective on it.
Yes, that's the most smartest thing I've heard you say this morning. You need to change your perspective on it. Absolutely correct. You do not need to force your will on somebody else.
It's not some dumb fucking internet program like it was maybe 15 years ago.
It's the same thing,
else.
Zach.
No, it's not.
The same thing. No, any computer engineer will tell you right now that there is no difference between 20 years ago and today. It's all the same thing.
Well, let's go. Okay, well,
nothing
it's the same thing.
Changed.
Let's talk about users compared to 15 years ago. Let's talk about that. How many users do we have compared to 15 years ago?
The number is arbitrary.
So what? Well, what kind of a percentage increase do we have? What is it? A million percent increase?
What is it? Increase is going to be infinite. It's going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We knew that 30 years ago.
So that's no change. Like you said, there's no difference. The usership is no difference?
Yes, we knew.
What about the amount of money it makes? Is that no difference too? It is. So what do you mean?
None of it is. There's no difference in how much money something makes, how much access something has.
So it's now worth millions. I assume billions. I don't know. Maybe somebody can look this up for me. It's worth many millions of dollars, if not over $1 billion. Okay, that's no difference from when it was worth $1 million.
And it has the exact same importance than it did before. Exactly. Your arbitrary value of something doesn't change.
Mean like. Well, your quote was there's no difference between it and when it was first created. I don't agree with that. Give me two different examples.
Like, give me an example then.
I just gave you two.
But
What do you mean? Give you an example.
give me an
User
example
flow
again. Then what?
And revenue.
Inflation,
Okay.
revenue. I don't get what you're trying to
Not
say. The money
inflation.
it
That's
brings in
not.
is
I
the
didn't
money
say
it brings
inflation.
in.
No. What you said is there's no difference between when it was first created and now. What I'm telling you is yes, there is. And I gave you two examples.
Bird.
What's up? What's up?
Let me ask you a question. You live in New York.
Okay, real quick, guys.
Approximately,
I gotta get some smokes. I'll
how
be right
much did you pay for your house?
When I bought it in 2005,
Mm-hmm.
$650,000.
Okay, is it still worth $650,000, or has the
God,
price
I hope-
increased or
I
decreased?
hope not.
Yeah, it's worth a lot
It's
more.
increased.
Yeah.
According
Like
to
that
the
George
city,
Carlin
it's increased.
picture.
Also, according to it's increased.
Yeah.
I perhaps I wasn't listening as what the relevance is.
This
he
was
ran
more the
again.
LDG.
Yeah. LDG is trying to say that the internet of today is no different from the internet of 15,
20 years ago.
years ago.
That much I heard.
I mean,
well, the technology probably isn't much different as
we've
far as
we've gone from dial up to high speed to Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? There's no difference.
Well, that's your ability to access it is definitely changed. But the core internet itself is probably not changed that much. I mean, maybe the servers have been upgraded to be more expansive.
It's not the
but
point he
I
made
think
to me.
the raw idea of it is still the same. But I don't know. I'm no
the point
engineer.
the point he was trying to make to me is that Twitter is the same company it was 15 years. I don't even know when they began, but from where they began 15 years ago or whatever it was, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
So that was his point. I mean, that's a crazy, insane point that is totally easy to disprove. He said, "Give me an example."
Yeah, I mean,
after I'd given
they
him
are
two.
way more censorship happy.
Well, that's not even
now
the
than
point.
they've ever been. The
How many
first few years
users-
of Twitter, they didn't censor anything.
Yeah, but you can compare users to what they have now to what they had 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Same with Facebook. When Facebook started out, it was for university students. Now everybody in the world has it. That's a big fucking difference.
Unless you talk to current high schoolers. Current high schoolers think nobody's on Facebook. I think that's funny. I just look at them and laugh.
Oh, they're
like,
all
you
over
guys
it.
nuts.
Well, no one they want to talk to is on Facebook.
Yeah, no one they want to talk to, right?
So what? All the kids are over on Instagram now.
Yeah, or TikTok or whatever, you know.
Things
Oh,
you've
yeah,
not even
TikTok.
heard of. Yeah.
So I've blocked fellow creators on Twitter for posting TikTok shit. I don't like it. I don't like it. You see somebody dance around, you're like, what the fuck is this, man?
Oh, it's a
Something
TikTok
stupid.
video. Great.
Stack milk crates up and fall and bust their ass.
But yeah, he was wrong, and he couldn't even defend himself, man. So that's why he's not here anymore.
Yeah, you're the only guy that actually gets under his skin. I mean, cause we slap him around a lot about that stuff. He seems to take it. So, what's your secret?
Facts, dude.
All of us
Facts.
I guess so.
Listening to what he says, you know. I mean, what he says is easily disprovable. Oh, Twitter's exactly the same. Oh, really? No, it's a crazy argument. I mean, I think we all agree that you can't just throw somebody off of the internet with no due process. I mean, that's the bottom line for me.
No, but the way the rules are supposed to be set up, you're right, because they're either supposed to be a publisher or a platform. And if they're a platform, you know, that's the soapbox in the public square.
Right.
Yeah, but that's what those court cases that I was talking about earlier deemed that they were private platforms, even though they act like publishers.
Well, that makes them
that Section 230 works in their favor, and
that means that a lot of people should be suing them right now.
you'd think, yeah.
Because
And they don't want to do that
have
to
the
themselves.
money to do that.
Yeah, well, Tim, what they're trying to do is they're trying to do both things at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they don't want to be sued, and they don't want to be legally held to that, and yet they want to play both sides. Oh yeah, we can still kind of do what we want, and yet no, we're not going to be sued by it.
Yeah, see, then they should be forced to declare one way or the other. They should be publicly stated somewhere. I am a platform or I am a publisher.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Totally. And they're trying to play both sides. They want to have it both ways.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what they're doing. Because, I mean, you don't hear about anybody to the left side of the spectrum being, banned and kicked off. They claim it's happening, but you don't hear about it. But
unless
I enjoyed when the Rogan episode where Tim Pool is talking to the Bezos and whoever the hell else that gal was. They were in charge. They were in charge of Twitter, and
Dorsey.
Yeah, Dorsey and not Bezos. What was I thinking? Anyways, so Tim Pool is grilling the shit out of him. He's like, why are these people getting banned and not these people? And they do the same thing. They make the same criticism. They make the same snarky jokes. They do all this, but you ban these people, and you didn't ban this person. You put me on blast because of this. And they're like, well, we don't really know what happened there. Well, we'll look into it. Yeah, you're gonna look into nothing. You don't care. You got a bunch of kids in those booths picking and choosing who they're gonna ban. Oh, I don't like this guy because he voted for Trump. We're gonna go ban that guy.
That's what's happening. That's precisely what's happening. They got a bunch of kids with the fingers on the switch.
Yep.
But Joe Rogan, guys, here's a crazy thing about Rogan is they're trying to paint him as this insane right-wing guy who's a fringe right-winger. And yet the same man we're talking about.
I wouldn't even call him right-wing.
Yeah, the same guy voted for
really
Bernie Sanders. Joe Rogan
he goes back and forth.
Bernie Sanders endorsed Bernie Sanders. He's not a fucking right-wing guy. They will get rid of anybody, left or right, who disagrees with the establishment and who is a free thinker. That's the problem. It's not right-wing, and I know that's pretty much what's going around right now. I see it all the time too, but it's right and left. Anybody who comes out against war is fucked. I mean, that's the main thing. Anybody who comes out against war is fucked. Anybody who comes out against censorship is fucked.
He also endorsed Tulsi Gabbard, which I thought was kind of interesting.
And they tried to say she's fucking right wing too.
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard is right wing.
They keep slapping Tim Pool with the same label.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and Pool is to the right of to the left of what used to be a liberal.
Yeah.
They're doing that to everybody. I mean, even oh God, what's his name? Well, I actually, but yeah, that happens to people on the left too. If they just happen to disagree with the mainstream MSNBC, CNN, type bullshit.
Now, let's see here. Now that I have been ignoring the chat, and greetings, Mountains of Elysium. Good morning, Robert Rose Jr. Let's see here. Who else have I ignored? Yes, I apologize. Oh, shut up, Bird.
At least LEG's kept the chat lively. I'll give him that. Give him credit for that. Oh my God! Again, that's what happens when you set it up on the at the night. I'm sorry. That's what happens. It is at night. I look at what's on the date, and the date said the 22nd. I wasn't thinking.
Close enough.
I'll change it.
Close enough. Mountains of Elysium, though, I agree. Jimmy Dore's a good example too. They screwed Jimmy Dore, who was a left-wing guy who has done Tucker Carlson's TV show. All right, and just because he did that, he went over on Fox News. He's become an enemy, right, of whatever group of people makes certain decisions, especially YouTube.
Yeah, I'm waiting for YouTube to go the way of MySpace because
It will.
they keep shooting them. They keep shooting themselves in the foot when all they got to do, is let the different voices be heard here. Just when it gets too crazy, come in and sober up the drunks, and then leave. That's all they have to do is really just keep a certain level of peace.
Yeah, well, the creepiest part is I can understand somebody following the money. They're not even doing that. When you look at somebody following the money, it's like, okay, I see where the money's coming from. Imagine if Trump had his own TV show on YouTube. How much money would they make? A lot. They don't even care about the money. They care about controlling the narrative.
Yeah,
I mean, if you've ever seen Right Side Broadcast Network, I don't know if you don't know who they are.
I don't like anybody who picks a party.
Yeah. Okay, but basically they follow Trump. They are just a so-called news service, but they go to all the Trump conventions, the Trump whatevers, and they're just 100% pro-Trump. No, they don't make any qualms about it. They're just there to follow Trump on YouTube. They get super chats that put, Nerdrotic and Tim Pool to shame. They get super chats for streams, thousands and thousands of dollars come in a minute. And this is money that's meant to pay for their fees so they can go to future Trump conventions and future Trump rallies. And I mean, YouTube is getting rich off this channel because they're getting a third of all this money being donated. But even still, half the time, YouTube will ban them from talking if Trump starts speaking, or they'll force them to not be able to use chat. So YouTube will spite their face. They will, cut off their own money supply just to keep them silent.
Totally.
It makes no sense how why their shareholders allow it.
Yeah,
because they're not doing anything illegal except literally covering a press conference.
Yeah.
Or a rally.
Or a rally. Yeah. I mean, they're perfectly public events. There's CNN is there, but CNN doesn't show it uncut. They show it uncut.
Well, CNN shows it in a certain way that it backs up whatever narrative.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they hack up what he says, and then they regurgitate the bits that they can use to push the narrative. My parents, they fall for that.
Same with Fox, though, for me.
Fox does it the other way.
I would call myself a true independent. And when I watch Fox, it's the same thing. I think Fox and CNN are guilty of the same thing.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, Fox claims to be, or at least they used to,
Well,
claiming to
Fox
be.
will show their candidate just fine, but I mean,
yeah.
they do the same thing.
I'm just saying, right side doesn't hide the fact that they are biased.
Which I respect, man. I respect that, and good for them. And you know what? YouTube should not be doing that to them. And I don't think they should be doing that to anybody. I mean, unless they're doing something really bad, right? But to me, that whole thing doesn't make sense. I was on YouTube before the apocalypse, and I was making tons of money. And when the apocalypse rolled around, they got rid of half of my content, and they handicapped the channel I was running at the time. It happens. It happens. I mean, the apocalypse was a big situation where lots of people were making tons of money, including YouTube, and for political reasons, they did what they did. I mean, I'm talking about thousands of dollars a month going down to a couple hundred.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened, and they used this this bullshit thing about PewDiePie to trigger the whole thing.
My question is, okay, they're making money off of it. Why, unless somebody's advocating for doing something illegal, why do they care?
Because the politics is more important to them than the money.
Which
or
is
they
utterly
think in the long run they'll make more money betting on a certain political side.
They got scared, is what happened. Is you had PewDiePie do his thing, and all these news networks picked it up. YouTube was under pressure, and here's what happened: is Coca-Cola pulled out, Warner Brothers pulled out, all these major corporations pulled out and said, "We're not going to advertise with you," and they panicked, and that's why we are where we're at now. They panicked.
Then they should have been cutting deals with smaller companies to fill that gap.
Agreed.
You take the smaller companies, give them a little bit of a discount, and just fill it up. And you look at and you just look at Warner Brothers and Coke and go, fuck off. That's how you do it. And before in a year's time, all those big companies would have been back.
Well, here's what I would have done, Londell, is if I was CEO of YouTube, I would ban their channels off of YouTube. Said, what the fuck you going to do now, huh? How are you going to show your fucking trailers?
Yeah. Especially with movies. Oh, man, the movie industry. This is where you see the damn trailers on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would have said, what the fuck are you going to do without me? But that's not what they did. Is they caved to him and they bowed down to him. That's what happened.
Which, I mean, even looking at the companies, at the advertisers side of it, it makes no sense. Okay, PewDiePie, how many people watch this guy every morning?
Oh, wait,
100 million. 100 million subscribers, some crazy shit like that.
Every Friday night, Doomcock gets how many people? And you go mess with, you gonna not want to try to, hey, we like Doomcock too, you're not going, I mean, to get a little bit of that.
PewDiePie went through a massive smear campaign too for a while.
Oh, yeah.
I watched him a little bit. I don't really, he's not my type of YouTuber, but I did watch him just to see what he was about. And he talks about everything. He just he's like a current event guy. Whatever the current pie of the week is, that's what he talks about. My daughter can't stand him. I'm like, why? There's nothing to him. It's like, he's so fake. I'm like, how? Like,
I don't think so either.
Like, whatever. Okay. Like, he doesn't really matter to me, so I don't care. Like him, don't like him. I don't give a shit. But
I don't watch him either, but he's not a bad guy. You can tell if somebody's like a piece of shit. He's just a dude doing what he does. He's not trying to influence.
And he donates a shit ton of charity too.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was a false flag, basically, is what happened. A false flag. I mean, we're talking about a guy who did nothing wrong. A guy who I actually think is a good role model for kids. I think he is.
All right, I'm back.
Speaking of our good role model for kids.
All right, so guys, I just had to get some smokes today, or else I was not going to have a good day, especially with my morning so far. Is Zach still here? Yeah, there he is.
Yep.
Going on, Chief. And just to note, I will never run, my friend. So as much as you can spin that, have fun with it. I appreciate it.
Hey,
Never
when's the
run
last
for an
time
argument.
LDG? I have not announced my run for president yet, dude. So I don't know what you mean by spin. I'm not a politician. I'm saying what I think.
Well, when you say something and it's not the actual truth, I don't run.
This
I've
is
never
not a high
run.
school
I've
debate
run the
team
rest of
either.
them.
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to help you out. If you have good answers for
You wanna
me,
help me out,
maybe
then
I
do
would
me a
change
huge
my mind.
favor. You got it.
Did you
Yeah,
hear me?
no problem. But as long as you're willing to meet me halfway, that's fine. Let's have a discussion.
I am,
about it.
sure.
But
okay. No, I'm willing to be convinced. Yes, I am.
Say so am I. Thank you. That's
Okay.
the number one thing I tell people. I might have an argument, but you have access to the button that can change my mind.
Yep, same
The problem
here.
is doing
Hold on
it.
a second, guys. I would just want to start this off with a wrestling entrance theme real quick. We're ready to go. We're ready to go.
I want to thank you.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
want to thank you, Tim,
Game
for
on.
setting the story straight with Berto Prey's argument about Napster. Thank you very much for fact checking that for me and bringing that to light. Because he just sold out, which is weird. So I should be targeting the guy who owns Napster. See if he wants to donate to my cause. That'd be interesting. Because the man really did not invent. I hate using that word. He really did come out with a true open public platform for music, for media. And if it wasn't for Napster, there were a lot of freaking bands that wouldn't have gotten noticed if it wasn't for Napster. Everybody wants to focus on the fact that it was just music sharing, but it was more than that. You could be a musician, right? You got what on YouTube right now is like for comics, right? You got all these comic channels trying to promote Comicsgate and new and upcoming artists and whatnot. That's what Napster was for. If you were a new musician, you got your music seen on Napster. And that was a fact. People downloaded your music. You got known for free, and it didn't cost you a dime to promote it or anything like that. And you got seen. There are a number of freaking look it up right now. How many bands got big off of Napster?
Are those
because
guys
of
still
Napster.
popular?
Huh?
Comicsgate guys, they're still popular.
They're
They're
here
still
and
doing
there.
their thing.
I said Comicsgate, but I meant just the comics community. Comicsgate just happens to be one of the ones that I actually know
When I
about.
started my first channel, I ran concurrent with them and was in many ways beating Geeks and Gamers at the time. I did quit doing the channel, but we ended on like 4 million views, something like that at the time.
That's nice. 4 million views is very good.
No,
It's
still
not
going
bad.
strong. He's still going strong.
No,
But I'm still
they're
buying
they're doing well. I mean, I like a few of those guys, man. I actually really like Ethan Van Sciver. I think he seems like a cool guy. You've got some charlatans in that area too, but I do like Ethan, and I do like the bullshitter guys.
Oh, world class, Jeff Hicks?
Yeah, I do like them. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Did
him
you
too.
say I was fact checked?
Yeah, you were fact checked because you literally attacked my comment with he got sued to oblivion, and that was not
No.
correct.
I fact checked it.
Napster was shut down in 2001 due to a lawsuit by the Recording Industry Association of America.
I found the same thing, and they're now owned by Roxio, which is also subsidiary is the Best Buy. So yeah. It's a different company now.
Napster wasn't shut down by the government. They weren't sued to oblivion. They just sold out.
They were sued to oblivion.
They were sued and bought out. Not sold out, bought out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit different there. Different semantics.
Yeah,
it's,
I guess
it's
so.
besides the point. I would prefer we drop that whole topic.
Yeah.
I
So,
would
I mean,
it was a
tops the-
$20 billion infringement case.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter in terms of
Okay.
this
No one
conversation.
collected.
I mean, it's interesting to me, but
No one
it
collected.
doesn't matter in terms of the general topic. And by the way, Mr. Lundell has the funniest reactions to this conversation.
Oh, yeah,
But LDG, what we were saying is, in terms of you trying to defend a backdoor program where none of our opinions matter, the public opinion doesn't matter. They can do whatever the fuck they want, even if they changed leadership and started targeting left-wing people. It doesn't matter. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And you seem to think it's not politically motivated. Whatever you want to say, but.
Okay, do me a huge favor. Instead of starting it with "you think," why don't you ask me? Because no, I don't think that. I don't think that. I say what I'm saying is that
I mean, I've listened to you talk for a while, and that's kind of what I was hearing from it. But
That is
clarify by asking questions.
Well, I'm allowed also to interpret what you're saying.
Yes, in terms of interpretation and questions to clarify.
Well, but the whole concept seems like a free market concept. Is that my interpretation, or is that the truth? Right? That's your general belief in terms of business, right?
Not business. No, that's what I'm saying, because Prometheus isn't a business. A true public platform.
I'm not talking about Prometheus.
A public platform cannot succeed if it's a business. It'll be corrupted. It'll be corrupted. A public platform isn't about business. It's about the public having a platform to be able to speak on.
And you can make a business out of that.
You could make a business out of it, but it
wouldn't be corrupted.
A yellow brick road to become corrupted. This has been proven time and time again. MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all these platforms, right? Because remember, these are not platforms, they're sub-platforms. The platform is the internet. That is the platform, okay? That there is no bigger platform than the internet itself. You connecting a device that you can do whatever you want on that device and other devices can see it. That is the platform. These Facebook platforms, they're just sub-platforms, okay? They're servers that you go to, and you have to accept the rules and conditions and terms and conditions to say so. Remember, in YouTube terms and conditions, not once are the words "your channel" ever actually said, okay? This isn't your channel. You just live here. You have no control over your channel. YouTube can do whatever the hell they want to do to you, and you have to like it because you clicked "I agree," okay? What I'm talking about is that we need to bring the internet back to what it actually is. When you connect your device, you have control over your content, over your node to the internet. And today it doesn't work that way. We rely on these third-party websites, and we have to bow down to whatever they have to do, whatever they want to do, because they've created a business out of it, right? Back in the day, in the early wild west days of the internet, it was different.
Is that not what you're advocating just now?
No, I'm not. Because
that's how it sounds like.
I know it might sound that way.
Several years ago, right? That's what you're saying.
So then ask me a question to clarify, so I can clarify what exactly are you thinking?
That might be helpful. Okay, so what in your mind are the parameters that make it acceptable to kick somebody off of a social media platform, such as Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or any of these major companies?
The fact that you agree to their terms and conditions. Right now, that's where it all comes to. Right. Currently, that's the kink in the road right now. You agreed to a contract or to a terms of service that literally says, by our discretion, subject to change at any time.
Well, would you join me right now in abolishing terms and conditions?
I'm already on it. That's what I say. A public platform is your terms, your conditions. If a platform or if anything that you go to online does not do that, you must beware.
Okay, I hear you. But it seems to me that you're launching a public platform. Is that correct? You're launching this thing, Prometheus?
Yes. Currently starting off as nerdrotica.com.
All right. If it wasn't for this thing that you're doing now, would you agree with me in regulating the current platforms out there that are far bigger?
I don't want to. I can't agree to that. I don't think we have.
I get that you have a big edge in terms of promoting your own thing, right? In terms of comparing it and attacking it. It's like if I launch a counter thing to, a movie like Star Wars. If somebody came out right now with a big sci-fi thing that says, no, we're not going to fuck around, we're not going to do all this dumb political shit, they would probably succeed, right? Is it the same thing with you, where you're promoting your own thing and you want that ammunition to attack the other things for the things they're doing wrong, instead of joining with, probably, if you took a poll, probably 80% of people say, yeah, I think we probably should have some regulation.
See, that I think what you're trying to say is something that I've combated by saying the following: any solution that's going to work has to benefit everybody. I don't want to shut down Facebook. I want to put Facebook in its place and make it what it actually is, where it cannot say anymore that it is what it isn't. And the only way to do that is to provide the public with something that is actually what it says it is, so people can see in comparison, holy crap, this is the way it should be. And they migrate to it, and next thing you know, Facebook is now looking at a dramatic loss of users, a dramatic loss of posting and revenue, and say, okay, either we change or we die. And if we play ball with the true public platform, we'll make more money. But if we continue trying to be freaking corporate bullshit, we're going to fail. And any regulation, and here's the thing about regulation too, this is what cracks me up, because, okay, let's say for just a moment that I'm for regulation. There hasn't been one online regulation that hasn't been circumvented. There's not one everything has a loophole. So all this work you're going to put into regulation, they're only going to find a way around it anyway.
Well, I mean, the regulation goes all the way back to Metallica with the internet, right? Who was the Metallica drummer who started that whole thing with regulation against them pirating the Metallica songs? So it's a long history. But see, LDG, here's the thing. Even if you and I and everybody on this panel teamed up, we would be fucked. I mean, Prometheus is launching fucked. It doesn't matter really who you have on your team. We're all fucked. This is what we have to deal with. And we have to live in the real world and deal with what's actually happening. It doesn't matter what we decide to launch. Jordan Peterson couldn't do it. Nobody can do it. It doesn't. It's never going to. Donald Trump is going to fail at it. Nobody can do it.
Zach, I appreciate your point of view, but you can't think of it that way. You're not all fucked.
But it's true, though.
It might be difficult.
Currently, nobody can do it right now.
But it's still possible. The reason why Parler failed is because they tried playing by the same rules everybody else plays. They didn't play by their own.
And they failed. And I
they
don't even
weren't
know
a
who
free
that
public.
is.
They got blocked. They got their entire server shut down. They got completely booted off the internet by Amazon.
Yeah, and thank God Amazon is unregulated, right? LDG, right? Thank God they're unregulated.
But it's there. I know, but it's their right. You can't. I don't believe the way forward
Google is
by
not
forcing other people to do what you want them to do. I don't know how else to say it besides that, my friend. Okay, the way forward is freedom. Freedom will free us.
This ain't freedom. This is not freedom, my friend. See, and listen, I don't dislike you at all. Right, I would do if I've never seen your show, but I would do your show and talk to you. But
come,
it's not. If you want to invite me, I would be happy to do it.
You're already invited.
The thing is, what's that?
You're already invited. Everybody knows my channel. I allow everybody on there as long as you're not a malicious troll.
Right.
And I don't think I'm one of those. Okay. But I think we agree on the principles of freedom of speech. I think we both are there, right?
I am a full advocate for 100%
Yes.
freedom of speech. Not freedom to speak, freedom of speech. And
Okay,
also,
so am I.
You can't have freedom of speech without the freedom to listen. And that's another important thing that I don't hear a lot of people.
We agree on that. We agree on that. And I think we would both agree that, you know, the United States has become less friendly. I want us to be friends, man. When I grew up as a kid, it seemed like a neighborhood to me. It's not that way anymore. You know, it's people have become more jaded. We're not as friendly to each other. I don't like that either. But what we need is freedom of speech, right? But what you're talking about is, I think, your opinions on private business have usurped the reality that these social media platforms have changed over time and have become, in many ways, the modern version of freedom of speech.
Well, again, I don't call all the platforms we use right now freedom of speech. They're private publishers. Whether or not they act as or say they are, it doesn't matter. I judge them as private publishers. The second you say you control whether or not I can say something, that automatically takes you immediately become a non-freedom of speech platform.
If I could give an example of what a lot of people think freedom of speech is right now, and this was said to me on Facebook a while back before I blocked the show. He told me that freedom of speech is his freedom to tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Or to say. I don't know about telling you. Like I said, he only tells you if you actually listen.
That's exactly how he put it. And I'm like, wow, so your freedom of speech is telling me I don't have the freedom of speech. It doesn't seem right to me.
No.
But anyways, just to give you an idea of what a lot of these new college kids coming out of school.
It's like what someone told me on my channel, because in the bottom right hand corner I have a the red circle with the X around it, like the Ghostbusters shit with censorship. And someone thought they were cute, and they were saying, so you're against censorship, you're censoring censorship. No, I'm censoring the act of censorship, not the speech of it. If you want to come on my channel and talk about how you deserve to censor everybody, you have the right to say that. I won't shut you up on that. But if you are actively censoring people, that's what I'm against.
But you are. You're an advocate of censorship, LDG.
How do you say that? How? Example.
Because of everything you've said regarding what social media platforms are able and should and are not able to do, right? Legally, right? And the lack of support for changing the system in that regard. And I will tell you, LDG, I mean, they tried to censor the media under Barack Obama. It didn't work. People were pissed off. And nobody wants internet censorship.
When did that happen?
I forget, Trek, but it is a real story, and they tried to pass some kind of bill that would limit.
What, net neutrality?
Who said that? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's me. Yeah,
that was Tim.
Oh, okay, Tim. Yeah, they tried to pass. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but they tried to pass some kind of bill under Obama that would limit some kind of freedom on the internet, and people were pissed off.
Net neutrality. I think you're talking about net neutrality, and that was wrong because it was advertised as something that was going to do the exact opposite of the effect. And to be honest, when you say that when I'm an advocate of censorship, I think you're talking about the symptom, not the cause. I am not an advocate of censorship. I am talking about the advocate of not telling people what they can do. You are censoring what a person can, or not censoring, but you are telling another person what they can and cannot do. Whether those actions are to censor people, I don't agree with it. I'm against it completely, 100%.
Well,
but that's not the root thing that I'm fighting, that I'm arguing about. I'm arguing about you telling people what they can and cannot do, whether that's censorship or not. I'm sorry, don't use them. I know it's an ugly battlefield right now. Right now, if you type something in the YouTube chat, you'll get a moderated, deleted by YouTube moderator message. Right. I mean, we are being moderated right now. We're being censored right now.
Well, let me ask you this, and I think we'll agree. Should a beheading be censored on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook? Somebody getting their head cut off, a video of that.
Okay, so variables here. Do I want somebody to behead somebody against their will?
It's not what I'm asking. No,
online?
it's
No.
not what I'm asking.
No. We're talking about something that's been found perfectly legal, whatever. It's
Like
being
Faces
done
of Death
by the
kind
law.
of documentary thing.
Let's just
Yeah,
say
of course.
public execution.
No. Well, let me just restate it to you.
Okay.
Should a video of somebody being beheaded be allowed to exist on YouTube or Twitter or
Yes.
Facebook? Oh, because I don't think it should.
Mhm.
I think
age restricted.
So nobody
Yeah,
will
well,
learn.
no,
from
I don't
it.
even think that. I think it should not be allowed. And,
So
and
nobody
there's
will learn
certain
from it.
places, if you want to go to a website like crazyshit.com or something like that, you can see that stuff. I personally don't like seeing that shit. I don't
That's
like
fine.
that. I've
No,
maybe
I don't
seen.
want to see it
Neither
either.
do I.
No, neither do I.
I just wouldn't
But
look at it. You know,
I
myself,
think
but-
LDG, you and I could agree on reasonable restrictions, such as people getting killed on camera, right? Aside from some of those reasonable, restrictions, everybody out there is promoting an agenda, and if that agenda happens to disagree with somebody, I think the left lies about their shit, and I think the right lies about their shit, and I even think the independents lie about their shit.
Example.
So I think everybody in a certain way is out there lying. But
I got an
think
example for you. There's a video of a guy who
Yeah,
blew
go
his
ahead.
brains out, who got falsely accused and was facing prison time. I forgot the guy's name. We were talking about this last week.
This is the guy that
And-
Chris had on his intro.
Yeah, the guy Chris had on his video, who publicly committed suicide because he was falsely convicted, and he was later proven innocent, right? He was falsely convicted of some crimes, blew his brains out, and YouTube suppressing that video. I do well believe that video should be readily available online. People
don't
need
agree.
to see what happens when in that situation of what happens so they can learn from that and move forward. Do I believe that I should be able to see somebody who is purposely killing people online for clicks and views? No, and there should be action against that. But any graphic, and I'm the first person who says, and I tell people, listen, if you're about to show me a video of a dog getting run over or someone actually getting hurt, I don't want to see it. That's my personal right to listen. I don't want to see it, but there are a few
But we're
exceptions.
talking
People
about
will.
should it be regulated, right? But go ahead.
No, I don't know if you can't the second Picard put it best. The second anybody's freedom is trampled upon, a chain is forged that irreparably hurts us all.
Well, it's like
Right,
any game.
Drumhead.
I mean, you can regulate a football game, and there are many regulations. You can regulate a basketball game,
Rules
a
and
baseball
regulations
game.
different,
You,
aren't
you
they?
can
I
have
mean,
a
you're
hollow
talking-
bat.
No.
Well, you can't have a hollow bat. You can't have a half-inflated football. There's many regulations, but those are common sense regulations that interfere with the game itself. Aside from those regulations, I don't believe there should be any regulations regarding social media. I mean, we should do what we can to prevent, graphic deaths from being shown on certain platforms and stuff like that. And you could even go as far to say, in extreme cases, discriminatory content. In extreme cases, right? But aside from that, I think people should be allowed to say what they think.
Exactly. Agreed. You're completely agreed with me, man. The problem with freedom of speech is giving people the freedom of speech. Rule 1 of freedom of speech. As soon as you get past that, then you're golden. The problem is they don't give you the power of freedom of speech or the freedom to listen. It's more like it's being force-fed. It's more like it's being manufactured. And it's more like it's being sold to us. Now, I'll tell you this. Do I wish that these so-called public platforms that obviously are not, and that exercise activities that are not, should lose protection over 230? Yes. I think it'd be the worst thing in the world if it actually happened because there's no other place to go to right now. And yes, I actually think that it could destroy what we currently have. You will not have access to the limited freedom that we do have if they did lose that protection. But no, they shouldn't have that protection. They are not public platforms. So am I an advocate for that? Yes, I am. Do I think that would hurt us? Yes, I do. Do I think I need to hurry up and get off my ass and fucking get Prometheus done? Yes, I do.
We all agree on that.
LBG, as soon as Prometheus becomes a threat, if it does, you'll be fucked. You'll be
I understand.
fucked.
I accept that risk. But here's the beauty of a true public platform if it's done right, and this is how Prometheus is being built.
You really think Google and Twitter and Facebook would
about
notice you if you became a threat?
They
Of course
can't
they would.
do anything about it. They can't stop it. They can't block it. There's no servers to shut down. It's completely a peer-to-peer that turns you into a server. It is client, user, and base. There's nothing they can do about it. Name, please. I am more than happy to add to the list of things I have to look out for. If you can give me one example of how they would shut me down or how they would shut this program down, please. But at the same time, I do also understand that you don't realize
yeah. Well, let me explain it to you. They can delist you. They can shadow ban you.
Yeah.
I mean, and plus, right now
they can
you're
come
not
up with code that'll block your program.
There you go. And they will delist you and they will shadow ban you. I'll give you an example.
One thing at a time.
Can I give you an example?
You just said something. Okay, go ahead. One more. Go ahead. I want to.
No, okay, go ahead. No, go ahead and respond.
Okay, because I appreciate you guys knowing that. You know, I don't mean this disrespectfully. You just putting words together and they make sense. They can write code to block you. That doesn't make sense. They can't write code to block an installed program. Not unless it's operator based. Not unless it's at the operating system base. It doesn't work that way, Mr. Londell. I know you're used to watching, and again, I'm making a joke here. You're used to watching movies where hackers just do this. It doesn't work that way.
That's not what Londell was talking about. And Londell can tell you that himself. No. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is they can shadow ban you. They can do all sorts of things behind the scenes that they're not accountable for.
Okay, shadow ban.
That's what he's saying.
Let's take that into account.
Yeah.
How can they shadow ban you? Your platform exists outside of their rules. You're not on Google. People don't go to Google to find you. They can't shadow ban something that can't be shadow banned.
How are you going to get found?
There are a million ways of spreading the word.
Oh wow. Well,
I'm doing it right now on YouTube. We're not being shadow banned yet.
Yeah, well, LDG, if you want 500 people on there, then that's fine. You could do that successfully. But if you want 10 billion people on there, or 10 million or whatever it is, you're not going to be able to do it without using Google, Twitter, and Facebook. It's just never going to happen.
Even if we're following that line of thinking, you can't shadow ban an alias anonymous. The word, you can get the word out there. Let me tell you something. You can find all the news you want on Pornhub. You can find all the videos you want on YouTube. There's no, if I want to put something online, trust me, there's a way to do it one way or another. Shadow banning only counts when you're a known entity, not when you're anonymously posting. Now, unless they want to shadow ban every anonymous post, which won't happen, then maybe you're right. But if I want to put something out there, you damn well better believe I can do it.
I think I'm more successful than you think. Okay, I've been through it. I've been there. I've done it. You're not going to be able to do that without using Google, Twitter, and Facebook.
There are other ways. Trust me. There are plenty of
if you want a community of 1,000 people, which is fine, which is cool.
Millions.
We've got a cool community here on Captain Track, but it's not a 100 million community.
No.
If you want to have your own self-contained community, I'm positive, and I'm sure you can build that. But if you want to create a true competition to the mainstream platforms, you're never going to be able to do it without using them to do it.
Exactly, and I am using them to do it. But like I said,
I'll yield the floor there. If anybody
we'll
else
see how
wants to jump in,
successful
I'll
I
yield.
am. Well, I'll just have to wait to see how successful I am on that point. I mean, I get what you're saying. I already have
I would support you, dude. I support it.
I'm already aware of that particular strategy, and I don't think this is too much of a problem there. Now, like I said, it only takes one spark to go viral. One. You can't block every spark. It's impossible. Not Google,
I would support you doing
Amazon.
it. I would support you
nothing.
doing it. I've been there. I've done that. I've had millions and millions of views over the course of my YouTube career. I would totally support you creating an alternative.
Do you still do live streams? Or
I don't do live.
content?
I don't do live streams. We're producing a channel now. In total, over all my channels, I have about 120,000, something like that. But nothing happening right now. But we're in production on something.
All right. Well, you're always welcome to come on and chat on my channel if you want more about this. I'm always down for a Prometheus.
If you want to talk to me, I would do it.
But like I said, we'll see. Right now, I decided to push the bar on Nerdrotica, which will be the opening foot in the door for Prometheus to show people how it can be done right. And we'll see how that goes. See if that gets blocked. See if that fails or succeeds. But this is why one of the things that I'm doing is I'm spreading the word everywhere I possibly can. This is why I adopted the term #FreeTheNet. We need to push this if you guys want, and it's not just about, it's bigger than just being able to post something and getting blocked, guys. A public platform, the power to be able to be online, we are dramatically underutilizing. If you want to help out from anything from getting a loan to talking to your family, to being a teacher, to your job, to your income, to your health and safety, a true public platform, if we really had one, it would be used way more and would be able to solve so many more problems than just being able to talk about how much you hated a fucking movie.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Even if everybody on this panel and 10 more like it, and let's say we got a few celebrities too. Let's say we got fucking John Goodman and whoever else to agree to make a show, right?
Right.
It would still fail. It would blow up. We don't have the power to do it. Our influence is not big enough. That's the problem. And nobody's ever heard of me, right? But nobody's ever heard of any of us. If we all team up, we're still fucked. That's the problem with it. Jordan Peterson couldn't do it. Okay, and I'm not supporting him. I'm not saying anything about him aside from he could not do it. And that's a guy who's bigger than all of us combined by 1,000.
Who's that one guy? Who's that one guy that was recently on Nerdrotic? I can't think of his name.
The Storyfire guy failed too. What was that all about?
But people are failing and succeeding all the time. There are maybe not just as many, but there are people who are succeeding. You just have to, I guess, kind of be lucky almost.
It's fucked. If you go
it's
and look
a
at
fucked
some
up
of these
situation.
channels,
Zach, I am not disagreeing that the fucking road forward is like going up a hill in a cold, as molasses going up a hill in a cold day.
I support it though.
I'm not denying that. But am I going to sit here and bow down to it's impossible? No, I refuse to believe it's impossible. I believe it's hard as fuck. I believe you better have your guns in a row. You better have your ducks in a row. You better have you better come out punching hard and get ready to have to get back up after getting knocked down over and over and over again. And that's the course that this needs to take. If we want to fight, we got to fight. Okay. It wasn't an easy thing for Martin Luther King. It wasn't an easy thing for other people who are trying to push an ideal, an idea, a new way of thinking, a new way of being. But it is possible, and things could be a million times better but we have to get it done. We have to spread the word, and we got to have somebody who actually comes out with something. Because like I said, the guy who did Parler, as much as it was a great idea and all,
let me ask you this:
doing it wrong.
Let's say your company succeeds. Are you going to install are you going to install the same kind of values that these other companies have, where you personally get to make decisions on what can and cannot be seen?
That's the beauty. That's the beauty of it. No, I can't. Even if the government came to me and said, I'm summoning you in front of the Senate, just like they did with Zuckerberg, just like they did with all the other big tech companies.
Not what I'm asking. Who's going to make the decisions in Prometheus? You?
No.
Who?
Well, okay. correction. Here we go in English again because you're using words that I use as different definitions.
Oh, boy.
Obviously, I got to make the decisions if I'm doing something. So yeah, decisions are being made, but who's dictating what those decisions
Then
are?
what makes it
Whether I
different?
let me finish. Whether I like the decision or not, if it's the right thing, if it is what needs to be, then I will do it.
And then
Who
what makes it
decides what
different?
needs to be?
The internet. The universe, how things work. 1 + 1 = 2. If I don't like the fact that 1 + 1 = 2, too bad. It's gotta be. Does that clarify at all?
I think you're seriously underestimating the apathy of the average human being and how much most people do not give a shit if
No,
it
people
doesn't
don't give a
directly
shit.
affect them.
People don't. Exactly. It's an uphill battle. You're absolutely. I am fighting people and telling you you have the freedom to do, and you should have the power to do what you want as long as it falls in line with the ideal of freedom, right?
Most people do every day.
And most people fight me for that, and I'm like, listen, I am on
So you
your
get
fucking side, and you're
pulled
fighting
in front of the Senate and Congress, and they say we want to see your logs as to who said this about the president.
Yes.
Or you're going to
Let's go,
go to
Brandon.
prison.
Then I go to prison.
the
There
rest of
are
your
no
life.
logs. There are no
Then
laws.
you're going to prison.
Then I'm going to prison. But you know what? The program will already be out there. People will already be using it.
Okay,
and
well,
they
that's
can't do
easy
anything
thing to
about it.
say, a lot harder to do.
No
Once
shit,
you're
Sherlock. I
actually-
know that, but I got no other reason for breathing right now than to change this world. Is
Yeah,
better
but
when I
if
first
you're
came
a
into it.
millionaire,
I have no. You think I
going
would-
because you right now you might not have all. You don't have the greatest life, but you become Facebook rich. You're trend setting, going around on your private jet, going from woman to woman or guy to guy, whatever island you want to land on.
Woman to guy.
And then you get called in front of the Senate, and they're like, "Well, you're going to be going to Club Pound Me in the Ass Fed, or wherever
Here's the problem,
you don't
Bird.
want to
Talking
go."
about Bird.
Here's the problem with that, Bird.
You
Think about this
lost me
for a
at
second.
pounding in the ass.
You're thinking too small, Bird. I'm not going to get called behind the Senate. I'm going to get called behind every fucking government. Australia is going to want my head.
Okay,
Then why are
but
you
you
doing
don't
this?
actually have to go to Australia if you don't
I
want
don't have to go to fucking America.
You
once
have
I
to
get
go
enough
to.
money to go to an
You
island.
have to. Yes, they will take you in chains to Washington D.C. if they need to.
Well, no, I have no problem showing up. Now, okay, let's clarify. I have no problem showing up.
The point
I don't
again.
care
We're
what
not
they
gonna.
do.
We're not even gonna get to that point.
This is because this is
Okay.
new information now.
Uh-huh.
I thought you were saying this stuff wouldn't exist and that these decisions couldn't be made. Now you're saying, oh, you would be the one making them.
He's
That these
talking about
decisions
how-
are being made. So this is still the same
No, Bird,
basic scenario.
he was, unless I'm wrong, he was talking about the creation of the program itself, not the managing of the program after it goes
No,
live.
he was talking
There
about the
is no
managing of
decision-
it.
There is no decisions to be made
Who are you
after the
talking
program
about?
goes live.
You, Zach, you.
Okay, that's not what I was talking about, LDG. I was talking about the managing of it.
There is no managing of it.
Well, I said who's making the choices? Who's in charge? You said
people.
I will make
You.
the decisions.
Okay. I get you. You're talking about that.
Right.
The answer is you. You make the decisions. You have the power.
Well, let's say 40,000 people think this guy should be kicked off of your new platform, and 20,000 don't think so. What happens to him?
There's no way of kicking a person off a platform.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
You have the freedom to listen. You don't have the freedom to ban people. You don't have the freedom to kick somebody off the platform.
What's
That's
the
not
term?
even going to be a function.
That does not compute. Right.
So the guy that
That's not what I
sits
was-
every day in a live stream and preaches
Just
violence
to be clear, yeah.
cannot
It's
be shut
perfectly
down.
pedophiles will be on there.
Yeah.
You have to allow
White
everybody-
nationalists,
You have to allow
all
everybody to
types of bad people.
Oh, so I got to put up with, I got to put up with the guy.
too. Don't just focus on the negative here, guys. You're falling into the one category where you're just coming up with the worst case scenarios. Also,
Well,
bring out the
that's
good.
because they're having
No, I'll say the good people will be allowed on, but so will the bad. Just
so
to be
the good
clear,
people can stay away from the bad people.
Bird, let me help you out here, Bird. LDG had previously said that he does not agree with the Wild West approach. What the fuck are you describing if it's not a Wild West approach?
No, there was question about what you meant about Wild West. I didn't actually.
What do you mean question about it?
When you say Wild West, what do you mean?
Unregulated, anything goes, right?
I think it'd be cows.
When you say anything goes, that is so vague and broad.
It's not.
Yes,
It's not
supposed to
vague.
be.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my.
It's not
I can
vague.
think.
It would stop.
Okay,
It's
go
not
ahead.
vague. It's not vague because you flushed it out for me. I
Oh,
said
so-
I don't. Well, I don't agree. I don't think we should have beheadings on the internet. You said that should be fine. You flushed it out.
Yeah,
What you
see,
described is even more Wild West than what I described.
Yeah. In your world, then you can do a live stream. Some pervert in a black van kidnaps a child and has sex with it live stream on your shit, and you can't do nothing about it.
Unfortunately,
That's what you are. See, no, that's disgusting.
Yes, Mr.
There should
Mr.
be
Lundell,
limits.
Mr. Lundell, I appreciate your
Illegal.
extreme example, but let me just brighten.
No, we're talking. Well, listen, LDG.
Already
No. Excuse me. Hold
You
on.
know, I'm gonna have
wait a
to.
minute. Sorry.
gonna
I'll calm down.
Have
Hold
to
on.
defend LDG
Wait a
on
minute.
that.
Wait a minute. I'll calm down. It's
Wow.
okay.
He is
well,
at
wait
least
a minute.
describing what I thought he was the entire time, a completely open system that is impenetrable to any type of censorship.
Well, LDG,
Yes.
if you're launching a new business and it seems like you're sitting here pitching it
I
to the
hate that
Captain
fucking
Track
word.
audience, right? You're basically sitting here pitching it to us and pitching it to the Captain Track audience. You should be open to questions.
I am open to
Right?
questions.
So-
Who says I'm not open to
So
questions?
what do you mean extreme example with Mr. Lundell? He posed a serious question to you.
Well, it is an
You
extreme
kind of
example. I agree. I
not.
admit mine was an
It's
extreme
not.
example.
Okay, let me finish. It's an extreme example that already exists right now, Mr. Lundell. If you wanna live stream you murdering somebody, nothing's stopping you from doing it right now. You can
It's
go to
illegal and they will
Home
catch
Depot,
your
buy
ass.
a hammer, and
That's
commit
what
murder.
stops you.
Should you stop making hammers?
That's wow. That's a deflection. Mr. Lundell.
It's not a
asked
deflection.
serious question.
It's a related example.
First off, a hammer is not designed as a murder weapon. Can it be
Prometheus
used
isn't
as a murder
designed for you
weapon?
to kill
Yes.
people.
Look, that cigarette you're smoking is a murder weapon. You are killing yourself
This
inhaling
saves
it.
lives. Every time I want to kill somebody, this saves their life. Okay?
That's
Don't
funny.
sit here and tell me that this is murder weapon, okay? This right here has saved all of you.
I hear what you're saying, but listen, man. If you're a business owner, you're proposing this business,
Stop
you're trying to
saying
promote
business.
it, man. I mean, you have no policy at all. Is that what you're telling us?
Please, why do
There
you
is
keep
no
saying a
policy.
business? It is not a business. Not a business.
Bullshit.
It can't be a business. You make money
Then why the
other
fuck we
ways.
start it?
What?
Then why would you do it? If it
Because I'm trying
listen,
to make the world a better place before I reset.
Oh, that's well.
Because someone actually
roads.
has these called morals and freaking
Wow.
wants to see a better world for all of us and is sick and tired of seeing dead cats in the road, suffering people dying over jabs, fucking bullshit in this world. Because we live in this YouTube world, we like to think everything's all nice and hunky-dory, talking about the movies and the sci-fi and all this other fun stuff, when there are people out there fucking dying, people starving, people hurting.
Well, people will be dying on your network, man.
No, I have to accept that. I have to accept that. As much as I hate that, but you know what? You know what makes me want to continue? The fact that if just for the small chance that if you give, like I said, a person who steals for food will not do so and think it will be negative if you just feed him. Okay? The same person who commits a crime and steals food only did it because he's hungry. If you had a public platform that allowed the goodness to shine through, people will stop wanting to do negative stuff because you gave them another option. People are not inherently negative. People are not inherently
people
want
work
to
like
destroy
that.
What
the world.
percentage of crimes is by people who need to steal food to live? 0.0001%.
Tiny percentage.
It goes for any crime. Why do you think there's respect amongst prisoners? For God's sakes, have you ever been to jail, Bird?
I've been inside a jail.
No. Have you been on the right side?
Have
the
I been
wrong side
sent
of
to
the inside of
jail?
jail? Have you actually?
I've
talked
been
to people
inside
who
a
have committed
jail.
crimes? Do you know?
I haven't been. I haven't been arrested. So no.
I refuse to believe, nor do I think that the default view of
Agreed.
the human race is I want to hurt people, that I want to commit crimes.
It is for some people.
Even Hitler was a good person when he was 6.
Well, but
that's a stretch.
Okay,
we could hope.
But see, here's the problem I have.
Babies.
Is here? Well, let me just based on what you've said, LDG, and I hope you can maybe change your view on this a little bit, or maybe explain it to me a little bit better. Is you're for zero censorship on your own platform, and yet you are totally. See, there you go, smiling. See, you're for zero censorship.
Go ahead.
Looked like a smile to me, and anybody else looked like a
I'm
smile
listening.
to me.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, it looked like a smile to me. You advocate zero censorship on your platform, and yet you're cooperative with Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube censoring their users. And it seems to me that the reason for your cooperation with those policies is the fact that you're out here trying to promote your own competing platform.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
I see how you think. I correct you wrong. Subscribe to my channel.
Well, just correct me if I'm wrong.
Listen,
Let's go that way.
I'm talking. Subscribe to my channel. Watch my videos. Right? You are talking to the number one person, if not possibly the number one person, who talks shit about his own platform all the time. I've literally number one person who slams on all these platforms for being the pieces of shit they are. I am only advocating that they have the right to do that, but I still think they're shit. I would be a hypocrite.
You see my point.
I would be a hypocrite if I said you have the right to do what you want and then go to say, oh, Facebook, you can't do that. Oh, Twitter, you can't do that. I would be a hypocrite, and I would expect everybody to unsubscribe from my channel and never listen to another fucking word I ever say.
But isn't that what you're doing now, though, right?
No.
Basically.
It's only interpreted that way if you spin it in a
particular. What do you mean
interpreted? You're interpreting the fact that I stand for this. I stand for us.
No, but here's the weirdness: is why do you support Twitter, Facebook? No, that's okay. I got one too. Okay, but here's the weirdness: is why do you support Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube doing that, and yet your own platform doesn't agree with that, right? Why would you be complicit in something you disagree with, and yet disagree with it when it comes to your own personal product that you're out there trying to promote?
Because it seems like what you're trying to say.
No, just answer it.
I'm asking. I'm trying to answer this because it sounds like what you're doing is you're taking two sides of the tracks and trying to forge a single track on it.
Does it sound like that to anybody else?
I don't know.
That's what I hear coming from LDG. Honestly,
first of all, and I wouldn't recommend. I would enjoy if just for a moment, Captain Trek, if you could highlight Resolute's last comment real quick, just to emphasize on that. Second, the main point isn't, and it's not for you, it's for everybody else. The main point isn't that I am complicit with what they're doing. That isn't the main point. I have to stick to a particular point. Would you not agree with that? If
I would agree with it. Well, did you just ask me a question? I would agree with it in terms of you promoting your own business. Yes, I would. Because it gives you a competitive edge in terms of promoting your own thing. Aside from that, no, it doesn't make any sense. How you would have one set of terms for yourself and a different set for others.
But that's not what's happening. I'm having the same exact set for them and for me.
Oh.
I'm saying I'm saying we don't have the right to tell them what they can do, and you don't have the right to tell this platform what it can do. It's the same exact thing.
Just a heads up, we were given a 5-minute notice to change the topic.
All right, that's fine.
We
We can
were?
continue this. We can continue this on another thing. That's fine. But yeah, just want to clarify on that one thing.
Yeah, he posted that 6 minutes ago.
Oh, was that 6 minutes ago? That's why he's not
Yeah, we're not
highlighting
even live
his
anymore, LDG.
comment. All right, we can change the subject. That's fine. Zach, hit me up on Twitter. Do you use Twitter?
I'm on Twitter, yes.
At Geeks Enjoy. I'd love to have you on. We can talk about this more later. But yeah,
Well,
just
if I'm your
last
guest, why don't you hit me up?
I don't have at Real Zach Leary. Is that you?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Okay.
me.
I'll hit you up. But last
All
point,
right.
and then we'll move on. You don't have the right to tell them what to do. You don't have the right to tell anybody what to do, as long as with the very, very, very few exceptions. And the more we trample on that, the worse it's going to be for the few people who are trying to do something good, who are trying to create something that actually will benefit us as a whole. Because right now, our rights are being trampled on. And the way forward isn't the opposite direction of freedom. I'm sure Australia is already proving this in spades. Moving on.
Okay.
All right, I'll say one last thing too. Is even his end statement was contradictory to everything he said. So hopefully you do have me on your channel, and I would love to do it. Everything was contradictory. What do you mean moving the opposite direction of freedom? That's exactly what he's advocated, folks, is having a backdoor system where all these major corporations can decide what people say and what they think and determine the public discourse and so on and so forth. So I would disagree with what he said, but I will say this though, is I would be happy to see a competitor to YouTube or Twitter or any of these major things, and I would support Prometheus.
Thank you.
Well, actually, the competitors are out there. I think everybody needs to choose one and kind of bulk it up. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Lundell speaking from Odyssey.
No, there's a problem with Odyssey too, because even they're doing a couple no-nos. All right.
Well, Robert says you need a PR person, basically, is what he's saying. Get yourself a media manager, LDG. Sell it to us a little bit.
No, he's not saying he needs a PR person. He needs a shrink.
No, he needs a manager. No, he needs a manager. He needs an agent to go out there and sell it to everybody.
Yeah, he needs professional help. Okay. We're not talking about the William Morris agency, okay?
No, I am. I think
LDG Office Space.
No, LDG could use a PR guy. That's what he could use.
He needs the guy from Office Space who takes the numbers from the customers and gives them to the engineers. Although his secretary actually does it.
And we didn't even go into
the engineers can't talk to people.
I'm a people person, damn it.
Maybe Trump will help you out.
By the way, what's going on, Michael? Good to see you, man.
Another day in paradise. How are you guys doing?
Good. I always enjoy a good freedom speak. Always.
Again, on Trump. I don't hear that right.
Yeah, Trump's doing something. I heard something about that.
I heard he's got
Trump doesn't know what he's doing.
His social network, but it's not open yet.
Yeah,
well, he's going to fail.
It's called Truth Now or something like that. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to work out, right? Which is why
I don't think so either.
It's so hard. It's just so hard.
I don't care.
Trump's not going to be able to do it
either way.
Oh, Trump could put his mind to it. He could be Batman about it, honestly. He could have his own private satellite network, his own private server farm.
Yeah.
He could absolutely do this with zero repercussions.
I don't think he's as rich as he says he is, though.
Trump is not as rich as he says he is. Yeah, exactly.
No, he's not worth 10 billion.
Maybe what's his name? Elon Musk could, and he's already working on it.
Yeah.
The only problem is, Trump is that anybody surrounding him is going to be looking to profit off of it.
Well, everybody around him's a yes man too, Bert. That's a problem for him too.
Yeah.
True. But I think if anybody has the potential to break the lock hold, a lot of these companies have, he can, because there's a group out there that will flock to whatever he creates.
Yeah, but it's not breaking a mold; it's just creating another one of the same molds.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So many people would follow him to hate follow him that it wouldn't just be people who love him who follow him. You would also get, people from the other side. And that's what you really need is for a balanced community.
Yeah, because everybody with a press card will be over there because that's the only way they'll be able to. The only way they'll be able to report on it.
Yeah, if that's the only way he releases his statements, then they're going to be there because they still need those statements to get rated.
Well, his whole thing there was a thing he did that was called "From the Desk of Donald Trump," that flipped like a fish, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him. But I would agree with Wandell and Bird that, and anybody else, he's got an interesting angle on it. He might be able to do a good job, but we'll have to wait and see. But I think still the Truth Social, I think is going to fall apart and fail eventually. I really do. Same with Storyfire and any of these other competitors to social media.
Oh, wait, there we go. All right, so what's the new topic, guys? Before Cap ends the stream.
You tell me.
I've had my fill.
I don't know.
How about that Alec Baldwin story, y'all?
All right, right.
That was like 5 hours ago. Already. That was like the first topic.
We did that. We did Dune. Okay.
Yeah. So was it an actual gun they said now today?
It was a prop gun.
Well, you can't load bullets in a prop gun.
But
that's not true. A prop gun is any gun that's used as a prop. I looked up the definition.
Yeah.
So it could be a real gun. It could be a fake gun. It could be a rubber gun. It could be any gun that they use as a prop.
Yeah, so mechanically functions as a real firearm. It was just supposed to be loaded with a certain load that it wasn't loaded with.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that.
That wasn't supposed to be allowed on set to begin with.
This is a Brandon Lee situation all over again.
Most of the time, a prop gun is not a firing gun. What we're talking about is what's called a front firing. Let me find it for you. It's called a front firing blank gun. Is what it is, and that's used quite often. We pulled up a picture of me using one of those earlier. Usually, a prop gun doesn't fire a projectile, but a front firing prop gun, which is your most realistic version, does. And I think that's what they went with. If they used a real gun, then that's crazy, but I think that's what they did.
And I bet you it was to save money too, because a safe prop gun would have cost them more. Maybe, I don't know.
Not really. A front firing prop gun is around $200 to $300.
Probably looks more realistic.
Yeah, so I would ask, what is missing from it that keeps it from mechanically functioning like any other firearm?
I'm not aware of.
Because I would have created blanks to fire completely different than a regular bullet, requiring a different type of hammer. So even if you did load a regular bullet in there, it wouldn't trigger it.
Well, it's interesting about what you're saying about prop guns. I like using Aliens as a reference. When they constructed the M41A pulse rifle, they built it out of a Thompson submachine gun with an underslung shotgun. That's what they made that gun out of. And those were real guns.
Yeah.
And they loaded them with blank ammunition for the muzzle flash effect.
Well, I think I may have said this before, but when they gave me the blank weapon, there was nobody in front of me when I started, including there was no cameraman in front of me. They framed me so that when I shot the gun, there was nobody in front of me. Nobody can get.
Well, I know.
Well, that's another thing too. I don't know
Also,
why
that's
they
a safety
let somebody
measure.
stand in
That
front of
makes
him. Like,
sense.
why
That-
did they?
And also, when they handed me the weapon, they said, "Be careful with this. Don't just point around and fire it or whatever." They said, "Be careful, and wait until we're shooting the scene." That's what they told me.
Yeah.
Well, there's that, and there's standard safety procedures when there's a firing at viewer perspective within a movie where there's usually some kind of like a bulletproof, bullet-resistant plexiglass, even though they're using blanks in a movie, set up in front of the camera. They're shooting through a window of plexiglass to get a scene where it's shooting on camera.
Well,
and it seems that wasn't present on
They
set.
do that with arrows. Even if
But
you're shooting an arrow.
You don't even have to do that. When they shot me firing the gun, they shot me firing the gun and the guy with the squibs in two separate shots. When I shot the gun, there was nobody in front of me, but they placed the actor who was getting shot in a different scene in the exact location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they should have done. It's not, I mean, again, it's a procedure issue. Is kind of what happened there.
Again, the camera shot of down the barrel of the gun as the protagonist is firing. It's a classic, dramatic shot. Should they have gone with a different shot? Retrospectively, sure. But like before this happened, what decision could they have possibly made knowing they can't tell the future on this one?
I just wonder if the 6 people who walked off the set, if any of them were the people that were in charge of making sure, like if that didn't happen, with one of those people in charge of making sure that what happened never happened in the first place. Is that why it happened?
Well, the whole movie's fucked, right? I think that's a no-brainer. The whole movie's fucked. As a matter of fact, the movie's probably never going to come out. It's over. I think.
What movie was it?
over. It's done. It's a
Rust?
film called Rust. Yeah, and it was
If
a
it does
Western.
come out,
I don't
any
know.
profit
It might
proceeds
still
made
come
should go
out.
towards the families.
They're going to have to now because all the money that they're going to get. I mean, think about the lawsuits here.
The Crow still came out. I mean,
Twilight Zone movie still came out.
Well, we're talking about Brandon Lee, right? But this movie, I think, is fucked. I think it's over and done with, especially in the current climate. They won't even. They barely let Dave Chappelle post a movie of him talking, let alone a film where somebody got shot and killed. Right. So I think this whole thing is a money pit. It's done. It's over with. If I was a producer, I'd climb liability and I would take legal action and try and get my money back from the government. That's what I would do.
Well, we'll find out, but I have a feeling the movie's still going to go.
I don't think I doubt it.
Hollywood doesn't give a shit about this kind of stuff. They just care about their investors. They only care, just like Bird says, that there's a board of people who are going to make sure that this happens. They want their money.
Well, when's the last time you saw a stuntman dead trending on Twitter? Never. So this is a public instance.
Actually, no, I think there's been one.
That happened. Those deaths happen in movies. Those types of deaths happens in movies all the time.
Yeah, but usually the killing shot is not fired by the star of the film, right? That's the difference.
Well, I mean,
there's usually no publicity around it.
Well, I was talking more about it's stuntman accidents. That's why they paid them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been accidents on the set where, because of the accident happened, the scene looked even more realistic, so they kept it. Like Ben-Hur is one of them, isn't it?
Well, actually, Invasion USA, there's a scene where there's an explosion and a guy got hit by like a door of an armored car. That happened for real. The stunt guy got hit by that door, and they kept it in the movie.
They used it, yeah.
As long as it's non-fatal. Are you talking about a fatal occurrence?
Ben-Hur, someone died and they used the clip.
No, he didn't die. That was
trampled.
Yvonne DiCarlo's husband was one of the stunt guys in the chariot race. He got hurt real bad.
Oh, he didn't
die? Yeah, that's why she had to go back into acting. Because
there was a a movie really long time ago where there was a flood scene. Maybe you guys have heard of it. I can't remember the name of it, where 2 or 3 people drowned and they ended up cutting that section out of the movie. But usually, if we see an injury on screen, it's a non-fatal injury, like Aragorn, Viggo, or Viggo Mortensen kicking the helmet and breaking his couple toes, or Tom Cruise breaking his ankle jumping across the buildings.
Or again, Viggo Mortensen legit blocking the dagger that was thrown at him that wasn't a stunt dagger. The stunt guy threw it wrong, and he did. Yeah.
What happened?
The in the first Lord of the Rings Fellowship, where they're fighting against the Uruk-hai, there, one of them throws a dagger at him, and he just kind of reflexively blocks it with his sword. That dagger was supposed to miss.
Oh shit!
It was supposed to miss.
Oh yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
I
when
remember.
the Uruk-hai threw Viggo's own dagger back at him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how badass Viggo is. Is he legit blocked that, and they kept it on film.
Huh. I didn't know that. Ooh.
I do know though that he broke his couple toes when he kicked that one helmet, right? I think everybody's heard of that one.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the kids that played the Hobbits, they were cutting their feet on the rocks, and they were going through like the rivers and shit.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's lots.
Oh,
there
that's
were lots
right.
of injuries in the Lord of the Rings
What's
movies.
his name? Samwise. What is his name?
Sean Astin.
Yeah, he cut his foot bad, right? I remember seeing that.
Yeah, that's who cut his foot. Yep.
And he still carried Frodo up that mountain. Fucking hero. Everybody needs a Sam. I think that's what's missing in your life, LDG. You need a Sam.
I need the ring.
No, you do not.
The only problem is, okay, that Sam and Frodo relationship, that was too, Brokeback Mountain, if you look at it.
I like the movies, man. To me, those are some of my favorite fantasy movies ever. All 3 of them. I mean, just awesome. The ones I don't like are the Hobbit movies.
Yeah, Hobbit was overblown to hell, but the Fellowship movies, first trilogy was good.
So I get what you're saying, Londell, but I love those movies. I mean, it's so many good actors, so many great scenes. I mean, just badass. I mean, the Helm's Deep and Return of the King, just fucking awesome. What are the Night Raiders called? The
9.
It starts with an N, right? What is it? The Nazgul. Yeah.
No, I like the movies too. That was just something that had always stuck with me from the first time I saw the movies. Just okay, Sam, Frodo, what the fuck? Okay, come on, guys. Okay, not now. Let's go.
All right, come on, guys.
Mushrooms.
Anybody else can get on camera here? Am I looking pretty face?
So when I do your YouTube channel, I will.
That's cool.
Yeah, when I do your show, I'll be on camera.
Who's going on camera on purpose? I mean, really. Especially
Come on,
this early in the
Michael. Come on, Mike. We got 20 people watching. They want to see our pretty mugs.
Answers in the question there, LDG. Mug is not pretty.
Mug is pretty. What are you talking about? You're one of the best looking people on YouTube.
I'll show my ugly face. I'm just painting miniatures.
It's the only reason why I come to your frickin' channel.
Yes, to punish us with your ugly mug.
No, to watch his face because he goes on camera. Look at his avatar. His avatar is freaking spiffy, for God's sakes.
That's right. As is Captain Tricks, because they were done by the same artist. I believe Mr. Londell also has one. I believe you have one.
Captain Trek even there?
Well,
Captain Trek.
here's some
I'm here.
controversy for you guys. So I actually like the Lord of the Rings better than the Star Wars OP.
Captain Trek,
Okay, you can kick Zach now. That's okay.
I totally do.
That was nice.
Nothing wrong with liking Lord of the Rings more than Star Wars.
The OT. If you compare
Two
both
people
of them
on my
back
shit
to
list
back.
now. Okay, I see how this is.
I don't give a fuck, Mike.
I like Terminator better than Star Wars, but unfortunately only to the second movie.
The second one's awesome.
Somebody asked me recently, what movie deserves a sequel? And I said Return of the Jedi because I think it's time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's funny.
You listen, man, Mike. I could do without the Ewoks. I could do without a few different things throughout the OT, but to me, Lord of the Rings is like a damn near perfect situation.
Lord of the Rings learned
comedy
the
around the
lessons
Ewoks.
from things like Star Wars.
And they delivered fucking almost perfect. All three movies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Lord of the Rings novels, every fantasy stands on the shoulders of that. The Lord of the Rings movies stands on the shoulders of previous successes like Star Wars and what not to do. Yeah, because Star Wars, the original Star Wars trilogy, by and far, again, these are all personal opinions. Everybody, don't freak out in the comments. But the OG Star Wars trilogy, that was formative for me growing up. It was the series. Yes, there are absolutely things that I could have done without in them. Ewoks were a bit trite until you realize, oh, hey, they were probably destroyed by Death Star wreckage, and they absolutely ate those Stormtrooper corpses.
Did you ever see him in the Battlefront 2 game? Ewok
Which one?
Hunt? Ewok Hunt.
Oh, yes.
They actually made him creepy.
That was funny. That was legit funny.
Yeah, because you're fighting them at night and they blend in with the terrain, and
they actually made him scary, which was good. But I would say I like the Lord of the Rings better from a technical point of view. In terms of what I've seen more, I've definitely seen Star Wars more than Lord of the Rings. But technically,
I could hear
I would say movie making
all
wise.
around us. Oh, with sharp sticks and poking and pointing and oh god.
Hey, going back to Aliens, sharp sticks is a serious threat. All right. That whole Bill Paxton speech was amazing, and they should never have cut it out of the original.
I wouldn't mind seeing a collaboration movie where you had the Munchkins versus the Oompa Loompa versus the Ewoks and Spaceballs.
I think, you know what was one of the craziest things I've seen lately is that they're rebooting Willy Wonka. It's, to me...
Again?
As a series, I think.
Both. No, as a series and a film. We're getting two. So the thing to me is, why do they keep rebooting this stuff? I think that...
I heard it was a prequel.
Because they can't
go whatever.
2 words, Zach, 2 words. Creative bankruptcy.
Yeah, that could be it. I just wish the studios would let some of these things just be what they are. I mean, with the Wizard of Oz, we didn't need this dumbass James Franco Mila Kunis version, did we? No, we didn't.
The monkey is not impressed.
I'll tell you, there's a better origin story to the Wicked
It's,
Witch.
I believe
it's called Wicked. It's a play, and it was awesome.
I think it's a fallacy to say there's creative bankruptcy. There's just no money in creativity. Nobody wants to do an original idea because they know they'll make more money remaking something that people already know. And I think this has been proven time and time again.
Oh, shit.
They lose money when they do that, LD.
Really? You know how much money Endgame make? Okay. Aquaman?
No.
Spider-Man?
Well, but
that's original. That's original movies. I'm talking about. We're talking about remakes.
So some of them do, but it may be better to cash out early than to commit to something that's not yet a known thing. I get what you're saying, but
they did that with the Matrix. Look at the Matrix was forced to be what they like. The Matrix had so much pressure because it was a new concept, a new idea, that the Wachowski brothers, sisters, whatever, had to bend by certain things.
Yeah, the
to
whatever
get that
is
movie out there. And then once the
right.
movie was a hit, then all of a sudden, no problem moving forward.
Isn't it crazy that both of them are transgender? Both of them are. That's to me, that's kind of weird. But anyway, yeah. To me, what really should happen is they should retire some of these jerseys of these old franchises. I mean, I hear that the new Halloween movie, Halloween Kills, is just a disaster. Right? That's what I've heard, and I've seen the footage from it.
I
It
said
looks
the
like a
same
piece
thing
of
about.
shit.
I said the same thing when they came out with New Nightmare.
Oh yeah,
I like New Nightmare.
God.
No, not New Nightmare. I
on
think
Elm
you mean
Street I actually
Nightmare on
enjoyed
Elm Street
watching.
reboot.
I thought
I
it
didn't
was
like
actually
either
an
one.
innovative idea. Have the actors play as actors in a
I think he
Nightmare on Elm
means.
Street movie, and then all of a
Are you
sudden it came
talking
to
New
life. I thought
Nightmare,
that was actually a good
LEG,
idea.
or are you talking the reboot?
It doesn't really matter, right? I mean, like even the Chucky ones. Why are you people remaking Chucky?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? They did the Chucky movie with Mark Hamill, which bombed. I'm sure it lost a ton of money. And now they're doing a TV show, a Chucky TV show. Why can't we do original shit? They keep bringing back this old shit. Why do we need a new Ghostbusters? We already had it.
Because they
We've
can't
been
sell
there.
it to the producers. The producers are the purse holders, and they can't sell these new ideas because people only have one thing on their fucking mind. Sell what sells. Don't take a risk on new shit. That's what it is. There's plenty of creativity out there. There's plenty of it. The entire globe is full of creativity. It just
It's
doesn't
all in
sell.
the independent market right now, though.
What we need is a platform. Okay, what we need is an ability for people who have new ideas to start something, so then they get their foot wet, get seen, get heard, get popular, and then they get picked up by the big people. That would
be a
promote
person,
creativity.
or else be a person who does good with an existing property, so that they can get their original IP. Chris Nolan would be the example here. He did probably a pretty definitive Batman trilogy, even though it's not my favorite set of movies or anything like that. They were widely accepted and well received. And then he goes on to make like Tenet, which is his own idea.
Which
but
did
Or
what
Inception
now? Remember Tenet?
or-
Did Tenet bomb?
Sort of. Yeah.
Kind
but
of.
it's-
Okay,
Cooper
so,
playing for that, really.
so you basically proved my point.
Yeah, but he's
No.
never done a bomb, really. I mean, aside from Tenet, which was during the pandemic,
Yeah.
all his movies have been big money makers. All of them. Inception, Insomnia made money. The only movie that didn't make money aside from Tenet, I think, was his first movie called The Following.
Yeah, and what happened to Tenet, you can blame that on the
Interstellar.
booth.
Yeah, it sucked
Interstellar
though.
and
I didn't
Dunkirk.
like it. I didn't like it, but I think it bombed because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I think the Coof had more to do with that because it was anticipated. It was an anticipated movie. But yeah, taking a look at his stuff, friggin' Dunkirk, Interstellar,
Oh.
Prestige, Memento.
Yeah.
I like Dunkirk for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Nolan does good original shit.
Prestige
And
is a fucking badass movie, dude.
Oh yeah, with Christian Bale and what's his name?
Hugh
Yeah,
Jackman.
Yeah, that was a good story.
Which Knot Did You Tie, Borden? That was a badass movie. Love that movie.
That's the thing though. Like, is you get the creatives who have to cut their teeth on like the existing stuff anymore. So, take care, Germ.
Now, I think you're getting all these reboots and things because that's what these people want to do. They want to take something existing and and take all the problematic things out of it. Okay.
Oh, I get what you're saying there. I'm just cutting it back to the basics. I mean, how many times have we heard that there's a a backroom deal made where like this guy has this great movie idea, but he's not allowed to make it unless he also does this one thing first.
Well, that's kind of typical. I could see that. I could see that happening.
To me, oh, go ahead.
They cut a political deal like that because half the people in the room see the potential in this new idea, but then the other half like, well, he needs to do something else before he goes there because he doesn't have a name, and so I could see that back deal type thing being done, and I probably don't have an issue with it.
To me,
in practice, I don't. But the thing that they are told to do first, usually though, is one of these rehashes of a previous thing, and that's that's the issue with me.
The issue with me, guys, is that most of the stories they're redoing are not interesting stories. Willy Wonka is not an interesting story. We've already fucking been there. What else can you do aside from the Chocolate Factory, Willie and Charlie? There's nothing else there. It's not an interesting. Yeah, it's not an interesting story. You can do it 3 or 4 times, but it's going to be the same fucking thing, essentially.
And let's face it, Johnny Depp creeped us all out as Willy Wonka.
Yeah, he did awful. I thought he was terrible.
That was just, this guy looks like a child murderer. What the hell are you doing?
But, I mean, the question is, what more can they do with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Nothing, right? Am I wrong?
Nothing. No. And they're going to do it wrong anyway, because in the original, all of that, they were telling children basically to respect what older people tell you to do. If you notice, every time one of the kids got in trouble, here comes the Oompa Loompas, telling, with the song, telling this is what happens when you don't do right. And they're not going to do that anymore in a movie.
Yeah. Oh no! Look, it's the consequences of your actions, and there's not going to be that.
And that was the whole thing behind the original Willy Wonka movie.
There's going to be blue human being rights in the new one, right? With Veruca Salt, right?
Somebody's going to be in transition. We know this.
Blue people matter, Zach. Okay, I don't know if you got the memo, but
yeah,
you don't want to be on the wrong side of history here.
I sure don't.
Oh, like you have a crystal ball.
But it's even Halloween. I mean, why are they still doing those, man? To me, I've been there. I've done that. I've seen them for years. What the fuck? There's like 10 movies. Why are they still doing them?
That's just the slasher thing at this point.
But just come up with something else. Right? Come up with something else.
I don't think they can. Rob Zombie's getting ready to murder the monsters.
Oh, I hope not.
If you've seen the pictures of them in costume, it already big mistake.
And the new one sucks. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but the new one's terrible, is what I've heard.
Well, that's par for the course with Rob Zombie, the horror expert.
It's not him. That ain't Zombie.
Oh, it's
somebody else.
Oh, really?
I don't know who. But even Star Wars guys, I think they should have hung up the cape a long time ago.
No, I'm not going to lie. I heard about Disney's acquisition, and I was like very, very much 50-50 on that. Is because I know what Disney does in the way of like marketing and promotion and merchandise, and I thought that would be a very good thing as far as Star Wars revival goes. It was, and I was even excited based on trailers for Episode 7. Upon seeing 7, upon seeing 7, I'm like, they just kind of rehashed the first one again with new characters. Okay, they took the safe route. I kind of get that. I'll let that slide a little bit as long as we take a different tack with the next 2. And boy, did they! And man,
no, you asked me. They took the wrong tack with number 7.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It was even worse.
Yeah. I mean, all they had to do is the emperor's dead, and now all his admirals and governors are fighting amongst themselves.
And when I went to see the third
Whole
one,
novel
man,
series.
when I went to see the what's the third one called? The Rise of
Rise of
Palpatine?
Skywalker,
Oh, okay.
aka Dark Empire.
The Rise of Skywalker, I felt like, I was totally sober. I felt like I was fucked up when I was watching it. I was like, what the fuck is this? I felt like I was fucked up. I felt like it was kind of like a fever dream. It's like, what the fuck happened? I just wish they would hang some of this shit up and just let us remember it and just do something else. They could easily do a new sci-fi thing. They just don't want to. They want to use old shit that has
It's
sells
about
action figures.
marketability. Yeah, it's absolutely about marketability. That's the bottom line. I don't see why that's not the clear point to you, because that's all they see.
No, I think
Well,
it is. Yeah.
Denis Villeneuve has done something new. Maybe that'll change some stuff.
They're talking about canceling his sequel, if you can believe that shit.
Last I heard, they were saying it's going to happen.
Last I heard, Denis said in an interview that if they put it on HBO Max and it leads to bad ticket sales, they might cancel his planned sequels.
What sequels are we talking
No,
about?
wait, whoa, but Warner's wanted on HBO Max.
Yeah,
because there's a Bene Gesserit series in that deal as well. They're trying to gauge how this is going to work on a streaming service before they do the Bene Gesserit stuff.
Yeah, but that's what he said, though. Yeah, but that's what Denis said. Villeneuve said.
V-Star.
That's what he said.
I watched the damn thing on HBO Max. It works on HBO Max.
Fucking A. I'll watch it again, man. I'll probably watch the movie again in a couple days.
Yeah.
I agree. But that's what he said, though. He said he was worried about HBO Max fucking up his deal.
No, if anything, it sweetens your deal. Shut up, you frog.
I hope so, yeah.
This is better than 2049. So just shut up. If you're working on the script, get to typing.
And that was badass.
Yeah.
That was badass, wasn't it? I liked that one too, man. Quite a bit.
Oh, it's better.
The new Blade Runner, I thought that shit was awesome too.
I have yet to see it, actually.
Really good. Yeah.
That's the type of movie that's a 50-50 with the fandom. Some people love it, other people hate it. I'm kind of in the middle because I'm still questioning a lot of that shit. Replicants are illegal on Earth, but you use a replicant to hunt down replicants.
The best Harrison Ford performance in fucking 20 years was in that movie, in my opinion.
All right, let's see.
What
here.
direction would you? Oh, sorry, Cap.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, I was going to ask Zach. He's talking about do something new, and I'm not belittling that argument by any means. I agree.
For Star Wars?
No, not Star Wars. The slasher genre.
Right.
Oh. What's the new signature weapon? What's the new guy? What does he do?
I think you
does
could
he creep up on sexing teenagers and teleport? Because I mean,
I don't think so. I think you just need a different idea. I think and see here's the interesting. I'll give you this real quick. I'll give you the example of Tarantino. Tarantino says deliver the goods and yet do something different with whatever genre you're working in. Like with Reservoir Dogs, he did a bank heist movie in a totally original way. And you can do that with the slasher genre. So I would say like the kind of the future of the slasher genre is exactly that. Do something different and yet deliver the goods of what fans of that genre want. Like Happy Death Day, even though I don't like those movies, they do something a little bit different. So
I'll give you that one. Also,
yeah,
I would
in
give
regards
you
to the
Wes
slasher
Craven's
genre, though, what hasn't been done yet?
Well, the
Yeah.
Happy Death Day thing is interesting because it's kind of Groundhog Day mixed with Halloween, right? So they kind of went a different approach.
You know, I'd go also up on that pedestal. I'd throw the Wes Craven Scream stuff.
I've seen demonically possessed laundry presses go after people in the slasher genre. So I mean, they've done
The Mangler is
a
not
lot.
slasher. The Mangler, it is just horror. It is not a slasher movie.
It may, you know what?
That thing
what,
folded somebody into a pretzel, man. I don't know about that.
It may be time to tone down the slasher genre and go back into gothic horror for a while.
Love gothic.
Oh, there's
horror.
that. There's that
See,
too. Things come in waves. Yeah.
See, but because that's one thing young people haven't watched. Okay, like the old Hammer horror movies. Okay, just a little bit of blood, and it's not really blood. It's more like red paint number 9.
Yeah,
okay,
Who died?
Absolutely.
The locations were freaky in those movies. Like you could talk about the Pit and the Pendulum with that giant mansion with all these hidden caves and shit.
And all those
like
castles, all those castles are, they're free and they're not in Soviet bloc countries anymore. You can go film there now.
Well,
and
like
we get somebody who gets that genre who is not freaking
James Wong.
No, not somebody who gets gothic horror and the gothic aesthetic, who is not brain is escaping me. Tim Burton. Because God knows I'm going to cast Johnny Depp in it just like that Dark Shadows movie, okay?
Oh my God.
Dark Shadows was ripe for like being brought back out into the light, and it was just handled terribly.
They botched it. Is that a remake, right?
Yeah, it's a remake of an old school TV show.
Who was in the original?
Well, actually, he got the gothic part right in Sleepy Hollow.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I like that too. Yeah.
See, that was
Sleepy Hollow was good.
Yeah.
Chris Walken as the Headless Horseman.
Yeah, I wasn't even upset that they gave the Headless Horseman an origin. It was actually cool.
Yeah.
Well, he has an origin in the original story. He's supposed to have been a Hessian soldier that was beheaded.
Mm-hmm.
So they got that part right.
There's a scene in it's either Pit and the Pendulum or a different one. There was one with Vincent Price where he's wearing like a red get up. If anybody knows that one, you could let me know. I forget which one. Where he's wearing like a red jacket the whole time. But
Mask of the Red Death?
It could be. But one of those Vincent Price movies, he walks outside and he hears people screaming in the wind. That in and of itself is a creepy scene. We don't really have that creepiness anymore. The wind sounds like screaming, and he's out there. He's all fucked up. What gothic horror is basically a character goes to a different place they've never been, and their mind starts fucking with them, right? That which is interesting. And
usually
he goes outside.
Some type of local superstition, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That too. And he's out there and he hears these like women screaming and shit, and he's all freaking out. And the wife comes up. What's that?
Lady in the Water. There's a good example.
I haven't seen that in forever, dude. I haven't seen that in a long time. But to me, those are creepy scenes, right? It's like, oh, that's kind of fucking creepy, right? But we don't see creepiness anymore. We see like, oh my God, something jumped out at me.
Jump
oh my
scares.
God.
Yeah, but do we have the actors that can pull that off? Okay,
Totally.
Vincent Price. Okay, he doing that Edgar Allan Poe stuff. Yeah, he could play a guy going crazy. It was something about his voice, his style of acting. Yeah, you can see Vincent Price in an old rusty castle going stone fucking crazy. Yeah. When his wife died.
Jeffrey Rush would be a great sub for Vincent Price.
Is that Captain what's
Barbosa?
His name? Yeah, dude, he's awesome. I would say
he pretty much played a Vincent Price character in the remake of House on Haunted Hill.
Okay. Yeah. Who's the guy who did There Will Be Blood? Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
Doing
he's a hell of a character actor. Yeah.
He's retired though.
Yeah.
He's retired though. That's
Well, and that's not
He
to say
would
there's
do a
not
great
plenty
one,
of
though, huh?
talent out there now. It's just the scripts that they're given are so garbage that we don't get to see them showcase.
The last gothic horror film I think I saw was Guillermo del Toro did one. What was it called? You guys with Loki actor? Crimson Peak.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
That
No,
was
me
totally a
either.
gothic horror. Totally, 100%. That's really a modern day gothic horror is Crimson Peak.
And Blubberpuss, I would disagree on that count. The saying young people aren't into gothic horror, because big titty gothic girlfriend is the most sought after type of girlfriend nowadays amongst the younger crowd.
Yeah. You blame that on Elvira.
I'll blame everything on Elvira right there.
It's not that they don't like it; they just don't know what the fuck it is. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
They've never had it.
Yeah, getting a real example of modern day version of it is tough.
Crimson Peak is the only one I can think of.
The Sleepy Hollow movie too. I
Yeah,
like
but
the
that's
idea behind that
old.
one.
That's like at least 10 years old, though.
Yeah.
I think Crimson Peak is 2015. I think that's the most recent one. If you can find it, dude, you should check it out. It's definitely
Hearing the
gothic
Sleepy
horror.
Hollow is old hurts my soul a little bit, because it's the same as like playing the classic rock and fucking Alanis Morissette plays. That happened yesterday to me.
Day or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Alanis Morissette is classic rock now.
Yeah, it was on the oldie station yesterday. I was like, what?
I'm so used to Eagles. You know, that's classic
Eagles
rock.
are before 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s on oldie stations. And
Yeah.
When the 2000s hit, like I heard Motley Crue on there once, and I was like, nope, not listening to this station again.
I guess we're getting old.
It's kind of what it comes down to, yeah.
Del Toro, though, guys, is the last real guy making gothic horror. He's doing a new one called Nightmare Alley, which is should be really fucking good too. What a great
that's
cast.
a remake. It's a Tyrone Powell movie.
Well, he's
Nightmare
doing a
Alley.
new one. Yeah.
Remember, it was a corny, and he had this mind reading trick, and everything falls apart, and he has to end up being a geek.
I'll give you the cast here. Let me look it up for you.
Like all things being equal,
From
there's a lot of
47. You're talking about the one from 47. The new one coming out either this year or next year. We've got Bradley Cooper, Kate Blanchett, Willem Dafoe, Toni Collette, Richard Jenkins, Ron Perlman, Mary Steenburgen. Great fucking cast. Should be really good. We'll see what happens, though. Really good cast.
Well, Blubberpuss, the reason why Universal's struggling to bring back their gothic monsters is because nobody remembers what the gothic monsters are supposed to be like, and they're trying to make them all fuckable now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the screw up with the mummy.
Oh.
Okay. It's a love story, you fucking moron. I mean, Brendan Fraser got that right in the first remake that they did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a love story. He comes back because that's what brings him back, his love for that woman. And this chick looks just like her. That's the reincarnated love of his life. That's why he's back.
Anaxunamun.
Yeah. And the original Lon Chaney movie, that's what it was. He came back. He found the woman that he was in love with.
I don't think
thousands
that was
of
Brendan
years
Fraser.
ago.
I mean, yeah, he was in the movie, but I think you're thinking of the guy that played
Tom Cruise.
That was the screwed up one.
Well, that was a terrible movie. No, who played the mummy? In
Arnold
The Mummy?
Vosloo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one that came back for his love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying the premise of the Mummy movie is a
I'm
love
saying the
It could be
premise.
argued that Brandon Fraser's character came back for his love too, but she hadn't died yet.
Oh.
Robert has a good comment here. Trek, you want to add that one, dude? That looks pretty good to me. Different idea of the Friday the 13th.
They thought about doing that actually.
And what happened with that?
And they thought about doing it. It was like the fifth one they were going to introduce Elias, because Elias was actually in some of the novelizations and original scripting. They were going to bring Elias Voorhees into the series, but it just didn't pan out.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad idea to do something a little bit different. I mean, I think if I was producing the next one, I would have like a young, like almost like a you know what shooter, right? Who's like a copycat, who's like a young kid who's crazy, who's a copycat. Might work, I think. It's just something a little bit different.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, you don't like it, Trek?
No,
he's talking about the comment from Blubberpuss here.
Oh,
do you really think the young TikTok crowd have the patience for slow burn, dread, build up horror? Probably not. No.
That's what works best with horror.
Yeah.
Every 3 minutes you seeing blood and a bloody knife, and and body parts flying around. That gets boring after a while.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And update the tropes.
I remember when people started laughing in horror movies because it became so common that people laughed at it.
Well, that's got to be Friday or not Friday, Nightmare on Elm Street sequels became fucking goofball comedies after a while.
When the first one was legitimately scary,
and the second one,
not only the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, but the Friday the 13th and the Halloween movies as well. People would laugh, in the kill scenes.
Donald Pleasance was on screen in those last few 4 and 5. He's like, "This is my fucking pension." And he's awesome too, right? That dude's a bad motherfucker too. What's the movie he did with Kurt Russell and Carpenter, John Carpenter, the New York movie where he was the president
from New York.
Yeah, he's an awesome actor. He's been in tons of good shit, but at that point, he's like, "Fuck it, I'm doing it for the paycheck."
Mm-hmm.
By the way, has anybody seen the film Hereditary?
Nope.
I got to see that one. No.
Nope.
Nobody saw it?
I could definitely, back to the age thing, though, I could definitely tell that I'm getting older. One of the girls I work with, she's 16 and in high school and doesn't know who Mel Gibson is.
Uh-oh.
Well, he did kind of go persona non grata for about 10 years.
Yeah, but come on. He's in enough fucking movies. You should have accidentally seen him. Once she looked him up, she's like, "Oh, I've seen him. Okay." I'm like, at least you've seen him. I'm like, oh, my God. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What did you ask her? Who do you know? You don't know Mel Gibson. Who do you know?
Yeah.
I didn't want to go there. She probably listed a dozen actors. I couldn't even.
Yeah. Look, I didn't know who Zendaya was. Okay, I'm still not sure.
She's. I think I just know her from playing Mary Jane and Spider-Man and the Dune movie. The only thing I ever saw her in.
Wait, it's not Mary Jane. It's just MJ.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't officially state that her name is Mary Jane Watson at all.
Yeah. Her name isn't
that's
Mary
weird.
Jane Watson. It's something else. And
What? Weird.
yeah.
I still like what's her name? The 2002 one. What was her name?
Kirsten Dunst?
Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, she was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
That brings us full circle back to bad vampire movies that are trying to make them fuckable with Interview with the Vampire, which was her first movie.
Oh. I'm not a big fan
First
of
movie.
vampire films. The only vampire film I've seen that I think I actually like is the Francis Ford Coppola Dracula.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not so much into the old school Draculas like the Chris Lee ones. I'm not a fan of those. They're just too old for me.
Oh, so you would miss out on Salem's Lot then.
Was that a Stephen King movie or no?
It was
Uh,
a television movie at the time,
yeah.
but I think
Uh-huh.
they readapted it again.
Yeah, I did see that.
I'm
one.
talking about the made-for-TV movie, not with David Soul in it, not anything they've redone.
Okay.
That was a scary ass fucking vampire. And you had James Mason as his henchman. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
And the thing is,
that was okay. What was the other one? Lost Boys.
oh, Lost Boys is a classic. Yeah.
That one was good. But like Nosferatu. I've never seen it. It's too old school for me. Right? Why would I take the time? That's one of those things. Unless I wanted to enrich my film history, right? It's almost like a scholastic thing to decide to see
Honestly, enrich your film history, because I saw that when I was 20 and I had nightmares of that fucking vampire.
Count Orlok's a badass.
Even if
who
it's
saw-
old, man, that vampire is fucking scary.
Yeah.
Linking this together, who remembers the Dracula Untold, the one with Luke Bell?
I saw that. Yes, I did. Yeah,
I didn't think that was terrible, but I think that was a missed opportunity. That the one in the cave that gave him his powers should have been fucking Count Orlok.
That thing was freaky. That was like 2014 or something, 2012 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what else was good, man? The Strain was fucking good. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
TV show, The Strain. Guillermo del Toro did that one, man. That was a good one. 3 seasons, something like that. 3 or 4 seasons.
I remember the name. I never saw it.
Really good. Yeah.
I don't remember it. So
I remember that show.
And honestly,
I
right
never
now, the
really
TV
watched
that
it,
I've been
though.
watching has been on streaming services, and it's either been rewatches for myself and introducing the wife to a show that I liked, or she's doing a rewatch and introducing me to a show that she liked. So on the back and forth on that one, she had never seen Quantum Leap, so I'm rewatching Quantum Leap and introducing her to that, and she's introducing me to Bones, which I'm actually enjoying quite a bit.
Well, that was a good show.
Trek, dude, put some pictures of The Strain up here, dude. I sent you the link to it.
Oh,
Badass.
okay.
LBG and I actually agree. He saw it. Strain is awesome, guys. If you like vampires, Strain is up your alley, man. Really good.
And
30 Days a Night. There was another good monstrous vampire movie based on a comic book.
There was a vampire show that I personally liked only because I used to play the game with my friends, and that was called Kindred the Embraced. It was based on the White Wolf version of vampire culture. So a lot of vampire politics in it. It was quite interesting. But because my friends and I were into the role-playing game, that's why we liked it. It was pretty neat.
Right.
But they had a hierarchy of different clans of vampires. Each clan had a different trait. And
all the different
clans had a
tropes that you
hierarchy
recognize. Yeah.
existed outside of modern day culture. So they would be basically influencing modern governments under the scenes and exist like in a shadow realm. And yeah, it was a neat show. It was really neat. I was always
And the tabletop game plays into that very much. It's not built based excessively on combat. It's about playing behind the scenes and gaining power.
I was very partial to Malkavian back then. The insane
Cappadocians
vampire.
for me, man.
But I also like Giovanni.
Strain was more about modernizing the vampire. It was like a parasite. If you got bit, every bite would transfer these creepy little worms into your body, right? So it's
Joe
kind of a
Rogan's got
modern
the cure
take
for
on it.
that.
Really cool, I think. What's that?
So Joe Rogan's got the cure for that, I guess.
Ivermectin.
Yeah. Horse
They
Steve
fucked
Werber,
with him
baby.
on that,
Horse
man.
Steve
They
Werber.
fucked with him. They screwed him on that one, man. Yeah, I like Joe. I mean, to me, Joe is a better interviewer than half the people. But they have these creepy. Look at that thing that comes out of their mouth, man. They got this creepy. I don't even know what you would call that. Tongue.
A pseudo mouth, a pseudopodic mouth.
Is it like
freaky.
the thing they came up with in Blade Trinity and Blade 2?
Exactly
little bit.
like that. Yes.
Kind of like Lost Plagueis
Oh,
and
yeah,
Resident
the-
Evil too.
Well, that was
The
Del
way the
Toro
mouth
too.
would just.
Same director. Yeah. And see, click Trek, click on that thing with the eye, dude. You can see the creepy fucking worms that go into you.
Thank you. Now,
You're welcome.
Now he's gonna have bad dreams. Thanks.
Really good, guys. If you can find the strain, it's totally worth your time.
This was an FX show.
Yep. And Del Toro. Everybody loves Del Toro. It's got that
Is it
back
streaming somewhere?
It's on FX Plus. Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
and good morning, Wise Guys Entertainment.
How's it going, Lyman?
And that guy's a badass. Right next to that picture, Quinlan, dude. That guy is Quinlan, and he's a fucking gladiator. Times.
No, it's good that I'm hearing about a show that's like treating the mythos with a bit of respect, because like so many of these like shows that are out now that are supposedly that like deal with supernatural elements are like altered history retellings and just rando shit. And I've kind of got Supernatural to blame for that, but you got shows like Winona Earp and the new version of Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Don't say Supernatural. Yvette will wake up and start talking to you about it.
No, Yvette's okay.
Well, when Supernatural did
Yeah.
it, they were kind of fresh, but now everybody's running with that kind of trope where, oh, hey, here's this famous element that's now passed down through history, and it's responsible for keeping everything bad in the world at bay.
Yeah, she kind of worries me once in a while, Londell. She's got a life-size cutout of one of the actors in her room.
Oh my gosh.
It's got to be Jensen Ackles.
Just the mental thought of things that go on in that room when the computer's off.
You're right.
That Standy has seen.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Was it Blade that introduced that vampirism as an infection?
Exactly, dude. It's
Yeah,
Blade
that's what I was
2. Blade 2 is Guillermo del Toro's one of his first mainstream films. Same guy who did Strain. So he basically took his idea and turned it into his own shit.
Well, I thought it was another movie earlier that did that.
Well, that whole look for the vampires back in Blade 2 was kind of a revolutionary look, the way the mouth came apart and shit.
Yeah.
And you've got that whole thing going on in Strain.
Yeah, because, I mean,
Kind of
watching
reminded me
that.
of Predators, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got that too. But it's a very similar look to Blade 2 for the vampires. No doubt.
Watching those vampires in Blade 2 really made my flesh crawl.
Yeah, same thing here, man. They've got one story. The head vampire, there's a lead vampire who's like the vampire king, right? And this guy is almost like a fable storytell character who they used to, and there's flashbacks, and he's creepy as fuck. And he was this dude who got infected by a vampire, and he would walk around the camp at night, the village at night, and you would hear his cane walking around and shit. And the next night, kids would go missing, and you would hear his cane tapping on your window and shit. So they've got like fairy tale shit and spooky, creepy stories in it. Like I said, there's a gladiator vampire who's from the olden days. A lot of cool concepts in Strain. A couple of fuck ups, but and you've got ties to World War II. One of the main vampires is a former Nazi, which is kind of interesting. Tons of cool shit in that show. And you've got World War II episodes too, so it goes back and forth from modern day, and there's you backtrack to history and stuff.
And then you have Underworld, which I thought the first 3 movies were quite interesting.
I liked the first 2, and then when the one they did the origin story one, I like that.
Yeah, that's the first 3 movies.
Oh, that is the first 3?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I thought the origin one was later. I've got them in the other room. I don't know why I just don't watch them again.
And I've been waiting for somebody, LD, just somebody to take a clip, that line, "You're acting like a bunch of animals," and do something with it on YouTube. Because that's the only way he could calm the werewolves down.
Fright Night was terrible. I see super clever puss. I did not like Fright Night, man. Is that's the one with Colin Farrell, right?
No.
That's the
No.
remake.
The Roddy McDowell is talking about the original.
I
The
never saw
original,
that.
yeah.
Never saw the original.
Yeah, the OG is straight up scary. I like the
Oh.
remake to a degree, but not in the same way that I like the OG as a horror movie.
Would you recommend the original?
Yes.
Yes.
Never did see it. Yeah. I didn't know it was a remake.
No, the David Tennant character, which is the Roddy McDowell character in the original, is just it leans more into the comedy route for the remake, and I like it in that respect. But it is absolutely not the first one. If the measuring metric is via horror movie, the first one is classically a horror movie.
Yeah.
It's scary as shit. And yeah,
Telephone.
It kind of reaches back into Gothic.
Yeah, the Colin Farrell one to me was just kind of goofy. I didn't know it was based on something else.
yeah, and the original had a sequel too.
Hi, my name is blank. Hey, they gave me their full name too, and I'm with the La Crosse County Police Association. Click. How are you doing today? Click. That's how I'm doing.
Should have brought him on the podcast.
Right. Well, ma'am, you're in luck because you're on TV.
We're calling to inform you that your social security number has expired, and if you
We're looking for donations. Hold on. Maybe I can get some people to donate. Who all here wants to donate? How about you in the chat? You want to donate?
I know you just got paid.
let me just type my credit card number in the chat here for you.
I did just get paid, but yeah.
The numbers on the back are
Got another
492.
raise,
Why does
too.
everybody keep asking?
And yes,
Got a raise.
LEG, I did put the link in earlier for Saturday morning cartoons over on Resolute German's channel.
And am I crazy, or is Blade a Marvel
It is.
property?
Yeah.
It absolutely
I
is.
didn't know that until
Mhm.
about the third movie.
You didn't see the Marvel logo when it
No,
opened?
the first one, it's not really noticeable. not when I first got it. My first copy of it, I don't think it had the Marvel logo. Like
It does,
I
but
thought
it
it
doesn't have that
did.
page. It doesn't have
Oh.
the page flip thing that
Yeah,
they do
yeah,
later.
it's
It's
just
just a
not- no,
fade
just
in
never paid
red,
attention to
fade
it.
out.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just a real quick 2-second fade in, fade out.
yeah. So I just never realized it was actually a Marvel property or a comic book, and yeah.
Me neither.
Although I did rewatch the Spider-Man 90s cartoon, And Blade makes an appearance in that cartoon when Michael Morbius is going vampire on New York, and Spider-Man's trying to like save him. Well, Blade shows up with this green fiery sword thing and rolling in on a Harley. He looks ridiculous. Doesn't look a thing like the Blade that we see in the movies.
Oh no, I want to point out that the Blade we see in the movies looks absolutely nothing like the one in the comic books.
Oh, I fucking love Wesley Snipes, though. I don't even care. I thought he was awesome.
Yeah, I like Snipes too. I was.
No, it has nothing to do with Wesley Snipes or anything like that. Hold on here, Cap. I am sharing the image of the original
let's check
costume.
it out. Sure, I'll take a look at it.
This is the original costume.
But for me, Wesley Snipes made those movies, man. He was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
yeah,
you go, guys.
Nothing
Dude
like
didn't
it.
even look like that in that cartoon show. Didn't even look like that. The guy in the cartoon looked like a combination between like the Punisher and I don't know, Lobo. It looked really freaking weird. And I'm like, I didn't even recognize him as Blade. It was like, what?
Yeah, the original movie completely revamped the look. Yeah.
He always
and now
wore
that
green
look is
jacket?
what's used. Yeah. It's that old Victorian lime green jacket with the fro and the shades and purple boots. Yeah.
Weird, man. That is weird.
Well, part of that
see.
harkens back to there's an old comic trope where villains wear green and purple.
Huh. Gotcha. Yeah, I like that. I think the new movie though is probably going to be pretty close to the Wesley Snipes design with the all black.
There's gonna be another movie.
Yeah, there's going to be a new one. Yeah,
remake.
No,
yeah, it's going to be actually in the MCU. It's a reboot.
Oh, that's right. I did hear about that. Okay.
Might be okay. I don't know.
They better show him in his original costume though.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I
I'm saying
like
the
him
same thing.
I like him in the black leather.
I do too. But I'm thinking for X-Men, they better use the real costumes just to make it different from the X-Men we've seen on camera before.
In the first movie, one of my favorite scenes is Wesley Snipes when he's in that initial fight scene and he's going around the pillar and he just flicks his jacket back. You know, you just see that jacket just go. I just love that for some reason. He's like
he was badass.
I like the redesigned one in the second movie that had the red interior in the jacket.
Yeah,
the all black was cool, but that red really set it off.
Yeah.
Well, you know why he didn't. You notice he didn't show as much skin in that movie. He was gaining some weight then.
Well, he was pregnant, yeah. So
yeah. So they had to put the tight shirt on, you know, to. Yeah.
Hey, it happens to the best of us, man.
Yeah.
And then in the second movie, I love the way he was fucking with Ron Perlman.
I didn't like Ron Perlman in that movie.
No, that was
his character.
I thought his character was so corny. I mean, I like Ron Perlman. Don't get me wrong. I love him as an actor. Like, oh God, I'm brain farting the biker show.
Sons of Anarchy.
Oh God,
Sons of Anarchy.
Yes, thank you. Sons of Anarchy. See, I have worse brain farts than LDG does.
Dude, I met him, dude. I met him at a con.
Yeah. Great
And
guy.
he was actually fucking shorter than me. He's like a short guy. He's like 5'4". I was surprised.
Yeah, but they make him out to be so tall. I mean, like, he was Beauty and the Beast. I remember that show.
Yeah,
they made him to be huge, but he's not really that tall.
Dude,
But no,
I was taller than
Blade
him.
too.
I couldn't believe
I
it.
couldn't take his character seriously. I also couldn't take him seriously in that Alien Resurrection movie because he was in that too.
Was
and
he
it
in
like,
that? He was in that.
He's basically playing
he
the same
was in
character.
that.
Yeah.
He was one of the mercenary guys that survived in the end of the movie.
Yeah, he was part of the crew of the Betty.
Yeah, it was like, I actually wanted his character to die. I was this dude's gonna be alien food. Fuck.
And like the two cool characters that were part of that crew were the ones that I didn't want to die that got taken out.
Yeah.
Both of them rather dumbly.
The wheelchair guy? I liked him.
No, not wheelchair guy. The captain, who was played by the same guy that played Top Dollar in the Crow movie. And also Guy of Gisborne and Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Why a spoon, cousin?
Oh.
Yes,
okay.
that guy.
I don't remember him, but...
He was the captain. He was the one that got pulled through the flooring of the hallway.
Twin, it'll hurt more.
And he's and the guy that played the black guy with blue eyes and dreads with the pop out guns.
Oh yeah, I liked him. He was cool.
He was a straight up cool character, and
he died unceremoniously.
Yes.
Which guy are you talking about?
Specifically, which one?
The guy you just mentioned.
Dreadlock guy.
I think it was called Christie. I think he was
the
Christie.
guy that
Alien
was
Resurrection.
carrying wheelchair dude on his back when he died, I think.
Mm-hmm. And wheelchair guy was the one hanging onto the ladder.
Yeah.
He had like two fold-out guns, or two pop-out guns that came out of his sleeves.
Yeah.
He did like the math calculations and bounced a bullet and shot a guard in the head.
Not ringing a bell, dude. Not ringing a bell. When was this
From Alien
movie
Resurrection?
released?
When was Alien Resurrection released?
Yeah, how old are you talking
Alien
about?
Resurrection
older
was,
movie?
I think, 97, if I remember correctly. Because I went to see that.
1997, correct.
I went to see that with my friend Mike in Minneapolis when we were working up there. And we were, I was sitting there like the whole movie. I'm like, and as we walked out, he's like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "As an Aliens movie, it blows ass. As a regular
generic
maybe
sci-fi, it was
thriller
fun.
horror action flick, it wasn't bad. But as an Aliens movie, ugh.
Great cast in it, though. I mean, Sigourney Weaver, Winona Ryder, Ron Perlman.
Yeah, the cast was
voice
fine.
of
The
Chucky.
acting was okay. The movie is quality. I didn't like it as an Aliens movie.
Brad Dourif was in it.
Are you talking about Gary Dourdan?
Sure.
Is that who it is?
Who's Gary Dourdan?
I have no idea.
No, I did look up the cast. He seems to be the only black guy in the movie, so I think that's him.
He was
Michael
also in like
Wincott.
CSI.
Michael Wincott.
Thank you. That's his
is
name.
An awesome
Yes.
guy. That's a white dude.
He was the captain.
Yeah, Michael Wincott is an awesome actor, and he's a great voice actor. If anybody's ever played Halo, anybody played the Halo games?
The first one.
Well, he's got a
That's
distinctive voice.
I'm a
He's
terrible
got an
gamer.
awesome voice, but he's in Halo 2 as the Prophet of Truth, the main villain of Halo 2. Halo 2. That's where I know him from, Michael Wincott.
Best scene in The Crow. How are you feeling, Skank? I feel like a little worm on a big fucking hook. A little worm on a big fucking hook. Well, I bet your mama must be proud of you. Michael Wincott needs a lead acting role, in my opinion. He was always like a secondary character in like every big thing he was in.
He's a good bad guy, man. That's what he needs. If they could give him like a bad guy part, he would nail it.
And good morning, Tim's talk. Good morning, Sherry.
Sherry, Sherry, baby. I did this the other time Sherry came in and never commented back. This time she can hear it. Sherry, can you come out tonight? I can't do.
I got the clip for her next time she comes on my channel.
I can't do the Four Seasons anymore. When I was younger in my 20s, I could hit those pitches. I could hit those pitches easy, but not anymore.
That's what happens when you get a little older. Yeah. A little more
I'm ashamed of myself.
seasoned.
But speaking of Alien, guys, I think that's another one that should be retired. Do we really need to keep doing Alien, like the newest one with Danny McBride? What was that one called?
You mean
and Idris Elba? Yeah. What are we doing? Why do we?
I don't
keep
mind the
going back to
prequels
it?
that much. I mean, it's Ridley Scott, so I don't really care if he wants to make prequels. Let him make.
I
prequels.
like them too, but I'm tired of it. Like, what
I
was
just want him to finish it though,
Prometheus?
because he's supposed to be making a third one, and he hasn't. I don't think they've announced anything for it. I think he might have gave up on it because
Well, he
of
did
the.
something new, dude. He did a show called Raised by Wolves. Have you seen that?
No.
On HBO.
I don't watch
It's a
HBO.
totally original Ridley Scott sci-fi TV show, and it was fucking refreshing. We've got no xenomorphs, dude. It's like, okay, let's see what he's got. Raised by Wolves is an awesome show. Ridley Scott, I think his
done a
first
lot of
TV
stuff
show.
though that doesn't revolve around xenomorphs. I mean, he's pretty prominent writer producer, isn't he?
At one time, yeah, he's kind of going downhill, but I still like him.
All right. And Bird, what's going on? I guess he fell asleep. Oh well.
Crickets.
Wakey.
Another movie to bring it back.
Deej
from the
possibly
de-
streaming next week. Looks like he might
Oh,
have the
that's
week
good.
off.
That's good.
Deej? Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen him on your channel, right? Is that where I've heard
Yep.
that? Okay. They're apparently doing Gladiator 2, if anybody cares. That should be weird, huh? Gladiator 2 with Ridley Scott.
Is that
Why?
based on the same Gladiator movie that
Yeah. I think so.
from the 90s? God damn it. I'm failing with
Crowe?
names
Yeah,
today.
it's just called Gladiator with Ridley Scott and Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell
it's-
Crowe. There we go, Russell. I can't remember my freaking names today. Jeez. I am failing.
I believe it's a continuation, which would be kind of weird to see.
Like, what's there to continue? He died.
It's supposed
Did
to be a
he?
descendant.
Yeah.
He died?
He died in the end of the movie.
Oh, I don't remember him dying.
Yeah.
Spoilers, Tim.
Oh, he got
Jesus.
stabbed. He got stabbed by the dagger, right? That shit.
Yeah,
killed
well,
him?
he died because
Yeah, he bled
the
out.
whole point at the end of the movie is him
Oh.
being carried, walking off with his wife and his kid in the Elysium Fields. And
Yeah.
then he carried his
okay.
body away.
Been a while since I
This
saw it.
fucker's dead.
Okay. So I guess Russell Crowe ain't coming back then.
Well, they
He's supposed
could
to be
have him
flashback
come back.
scenes.
You never know. You never know what they're gonna do.
He's actually supposed to be in flashback scenes. It's
We're
supposed to
sorry.
be a descendant of
We're
his
sorry.
or something
Hades
like that.
said you can't die yet. Come here. Get out of the fields. Quit. No. You leave that weed alone. Go back down there and start killing people again.
Over
I don't
here,
have
damn
enough
it.
People in my underworld, asshole. You're not done working yet.
All right, so I just double checked to make sure I'm not crazy. Yes, Gladiator 2 is happening apparently. Ridley Scott is producer. Russell Crowe not listed as an actor.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised by an uncredited cameo appearance in like a dream flashback or something.
Why the hell are they doing that?
No, they're probably waiting for him to die of COVID so they can use his face.
I mean,
I know you mean by deepfake, but that sounds way darker than I think you intended it to mean, Tim.
No, it didn't. That's exactly how dark I intended that to be. I wasn't pulling any punches there, buddy.
Sometimes the frost makes the blade stick. What's for breakfast, LDG?
Yeah, don't talk with your mouth full.
I'll give him points for politeness there. Yeah. You're muted.
Something I shouldn't be having, but it's only a couple, so hopefully I'll be okay. Sausages and cheese.
He's going to be out for the next 3-4 hours.
Wow. I gotta eat something.
Yeah,
hey, I'm having leftover pizza, so I ain't judging shit.
Can't have pizza.
I had nothing, dude. I had coffee, which is pretty on message for the channel, right, Trek? All I
Absolutely.
had is coffee.
I've had coffee this morning as well.
I think my favorite breakfast has got to be steak and eggs. And I like McDonald's. I like all that shit too, but I do like steak and eggs.
It's got to be the right steak.
T-bone steak, I think, is a good steak.
Denny's steak and eggs are not that good.
Oh yeah, I don't like Denny's either.
They use good cuts. It's just their preparation and preservation processes are garbage.
Now, Denny's can make some mean fries, but
you know who has the best fries, dude? Red Robin has some good fucking fries.
I like Checkers fries. Burger King used to make some pretty good fries until they sold out. Came out with some new fries, and then they backtracked and changed it.
Well, is Red Robin a West Coast thing? Do you guys have that out there?
Red Robin.
Red Robin?
Yeah, we got Red Robin.
Oh, you don't like the fries?
I unfortunately
I love
live in
their
a town
fries.
that doesn't get anything until 50 years after it's been, out in the market. So
Coming from the guy who's still using Windows 3.1.
That's 7, Dick. I'm not that archaic.
Just as bad.
True.
It used
You
to be
guys
good.
have Five Guys? How about
Now
Five
it's getting
Guys? You got Five Guys?
Closest Five Guys to
I hate
me
Five Guys.
is
Way
about
too
50
greasy.
miles.
That's like murder for a diabetic.
Okay.
I don't know. Their hot dogs weren't that good. Their hamburgers were way too fucking greasy. Just way too fucking greasy.
Maybe you got a shitty one. Did you try
And
a
the
different
fries
one?
were just so salty, like literally.
Then ask.
Maybe that's what I like. I don't know.
Oh, Zach called it. Somebody mentioned Supernatural, and Yvette is now in the chat.
Oh my God! What did you do?
I warned
I
you.
love that.
Right, you're too late. Topic's over. Go back to bed.
Red
I love
alert.
you, Vet.
Red alert.
I like Five Guys too. They've got some good fucking fries over there. I like their fries.
Not had them. Can't comment.
I still
And
like
what-
McDonald's fries.
Oh.
You all right there? You just drop a deuce?
I'm sorry. You like
Are you dying over
McNasty's
there,
fries?
You don't like them, Trek?
Oh,
Compared to like
God.
Burger
I
King
like 'em, too.
or Jack in the Box or Carl's Jr., yeah,
I'd
Carl's
still
Jr.
rather have.
Hardee's?
I'd still rather have. I can't think of it now.
I can't stand Steak and Shake. Their fries fucking blow.
Never had them.
Chick-fil-A is pretty good though. Waffle fries are not
Yeah,
bad.
that's good. Yeah. I like Chick-fil-A.
But Checkers had some curly fries that were just a bomb if you got them fresh.
the event center I managed, they had really good fries. They exclusively used seasoned steak fries. Like if you ordered fries, that's what you got, the big old plank fries.
That's basically Red Robin.
Checkers lasted like a year out in our area. We had they built one in the middle of well, in my area we've got like 3 towns that are pretty much clustered together. The biggest town is La Crosse. So La Crosse is separated into like a residential / commercial area. Then they've got a more industrial commercial area, and the industrial commercial area is like the oldest part of town. And they have a Menards sitting there and a hardware store, if you don't know what that is. And right next to it, they slapped down this Checkers restaurant, and it lasted about a year. And it was the worst parking I've ever seen in a restaurant. It's on a hill. There's enough spots there for maybe 3 cars. Then they've got some outside seating, and that's it. And then everything else is just walk in, you stand there, wait for your food, and walk out the door. It lasted about a year, and then they closed it down. The building is still sitting there 5 years after they closed down. It's still sitting there, hasn't been touched. Still looks like a Checkers restaurant. It's just done. But it had great fries. I love the chili cheese fries with the bacon. Oh.
And anybody like White Castle?
We just got a White Castle, the first Florida or first Orlando or whatever. White Castle just
closest White Castle I know about is in Minneapolis. And that's 2 hours away.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess they're overrated, though. I mean, I don't really think they're that special.
For me, go to the grocery store, buy some White Castle, heat them in your microwave. There you go. Yeah, it's about the same thing.
Yeah, but those are not as good. I was at a White Castle in Arizona that was bomb as fuck. So good.
There a place called Johnny Rockets?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not the best. It's one of those last remaining 70s or 60s diners. You know, setups.
I'll try a diner. If I pass one, I'll try it. You know, I like the diner look, man. But I don't know if I can speak to how good they are. Most of them are kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
I always like going to Mom and Pop's grills.
Yeah, Mom and Pop's is the way to go down here in Florida, man, especially for like pizza.
Oh, I love pizza.
All Papa John's and Domino's and Pizza Hut are all sold out. They're all sold out.
Fucking love pizza. I love pizza.
I had in Alaska here. We had a guy. His name was Ron. Had Ron's Restaurant, and it's just a burger joint. Your traditional, Mom and Pop's burger place, burgers and sandwiches and whatever. And he was cheaper than most of the fast food places around. $5 I could get a burger, fries, root beer float, play some pinball. He had a pinball machine. That was fun. Nice old guy too. You could talk to him all day long if you wanted to. He didn't care. Then he closed down, retired, and now it's like an office building. They just turned the whole place into an office building.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I just had there's nothing like trying new pizza somewhere or a new burger. I just had new pizza I've never had in a different town like last week, and it was so interesting to me how different it tasted from what I'm used to. Every pizza place, if you go a different town or go a few miles this way, that way, or to take a flight, pizza does not taste the same, man, depending where you're at.
No.
My first job was pizza. I worked for a Mom and Pop's pizza place called Eduardo's Pizza Wagon. And the whole family actually was into real estate, and they had another restaurant in La Crosse. And he, my old boss Dick, he had originally his first restaurant in Alaska was built out of a bank. So their entire where they had their wood fire oven and their pizza oven was actually in the bank vault, where they actually still had the vault. Yeah, they had the vault still in there. So that's pretty cool shit. I never got to see that, but I got to see pictures of it. I started working when they moved to the La Crosse location, which was an old Ground Round restaurant, and they had a nice little homey setup. It was kind of like they tried to make it like a fancy, fancy eating restaurant kind of thing, but not, not like completely fancy, just fancier.
Right.
You could buy like little artifacts from like Russia and Scandinavia and other places too. Their wood fire oven came from Russia. It was a good place to work. I worked there for like 3 years.
Cool.
Wood fire
Like
oven
great
is the
pizza.
best. That's the best. Wood fire is the way to go.
Those pies are expensive though, man. I mean, mind you, this is back like '94. $14 for a 12-inch pie coming out of that wood fire oven. Oh God,
Yeah, that's the way to go, though.
But man, were they good?
That's the best way. Wood fire and cold fire. That's the best.
So, let's see here. Bird, you're on the panel and muted, I guess. He's supposed to be going live. He's not going to be doing movies. It's not going to be Cinema Saturday. He's going to be playing whatever game. I'm guessing he's still going on about 3 p.m. Eastern, like usual. And Yvette is making beef lasagna. Ooh,
Not fair. Save
I
some
want
for
some.
me.
Yes.
She better mail that shit. Wouldn't that be funny?
one of my favorite foods, guys. No doubt about it.
Mailed lasagna.
One of those things I can't resist.
What?
Lasagna. I can't resist it. If it's around me, it's gone. It'll disappear.
Yeah. I'm kind of like Garfield on that.
So I'm like a lasagna. I'm a lasagna crackhead.
Well, let's see here. Like I said, Berg should be on about 3 p.m. Eastern for open lines and playing Call of Duty, whatever the hell it is.
Warzone.
Okay, thank you.
I think. I'm not. I could be wrong. I don't.
But
I haven't played a Call of Duty game since the original one. So.
Anyhow, I do want to thank everybody who's been on the panel and everybody who's been in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Please remember, do like, share, subscribe, all the usual stuff. Have a great day. And remember, the featured channel today is Dr. Alex. The link is in the description below. Thank you again, and talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Later.